Considering your father-in-law was a director at a major company, I'm curious about how much inheritance he might have left behind, John inquired, trying to mask his curiosity. I sighed internally but maintained a cheerful smile. I heard it's $54,000, I replied. John looked shocked. My name is Catherine. John and I have been married for 20 years and our son left for college this year. Life with just the two of us is quiet but manageable. On weekends, John joins his colleagues for football and practices all day. I work part-time and spend my days off gardening or attending yoga with my friends. Even though we do different things, I think we're a typical couple for our age. However, something terrible disrupted our peaceful life as a couple. It started with a message I received from a friend who attends yoga with me. Attached to the message was a photo. I'm at the station now, but isn't this your husband, Catherine? I hesitated, but when I opened the photo, even from a distance I could clearly tell it was John. He was walking hand in hand with another woman. My heart pounded. Could John be cheating? He said he was going for football practice in preparation for tomorrow's match, but was that a lie? I think it's my husband, I replied. My friend responded immediately, What will you do? Do you want to come over? After a moment of hesitation, I replied, No, I'm good. I'll talk to my husband. I closed the phone and sat down on the sofa. I had no motivation to do anything, and the only thought in my head was, what should I do? I could ask John, but I was afraid. What if he really was cheating? Thinking of divorce, especially when I only have a part-time job to support myself, made me think that I couldn't possibly go through all that. If I pretended not to know, I could continue living a peaceful life like before, but the idea of pretending and the ambiguity bothered me deeply. I don't know how long I sat like that, but I was jolted back to reality by the sound of the front door. It was already 7 in the evening. What's wrong? Why haven't you turned on the lights? John asked, surprised, as he turned on the living room lights. Oh, sorry, I fell asleep, I said. John laughed in disbelief and began washing his uniform in the washing machine. Seeing that, I realized he must have been exercising and wondered if the earlier photo might have been a mistake. If you're tired, do you want to eat out tonight? John suggested. I nodded eagerly, hoping that spending time together would help ease my uneasy feelings. Did you stop by anywhere else today besides football? I asked. Not really. Why? He responded. Just wondering. You mentioned wanting new shoes recently, so I thought you might have gone shopping for them. Oh, I haven't bought them yet, he said. With that, our conversation ended. The John in front of me seemed just like how he has always been. They say everyone has at least 3 doppelgangers in the world. Perhaps the man in the photo was one of them. However, once I began to suspect him, it was difficult for me to stop. I often found myself dumping him during his late-night overtimes or sudden overnight business trips. Bad things do happen. One day, on my way home from my part-time job, I stopped by the supermarket to buy ingredients for dinner. My phone rang, and I took it out of my bag, stepping into a less crowded aisle. The name displayed on the screen made me frown. It was my brother's name. Though I occasionally communicated with my sister-in-law during events like our children's school enrollments or graduations, I hadn't spoken to my brother in years. These sudden phone calls from relatives are often not good news. Hello, I answered hesitantly. I answered the call. What I heard from my brother was distressing. Our father's health was worsening. He had suddenly collapsed at work and had been rushed to the hospital. After some detailed exams, the doctors informed him that our father didn't have much time left. My mother had passed away from an illness a few years ago, and although my brother and his wife had offered to live with our father afterward, he had refused and continued to live alone, seemingly in good health. The last time I spoke to him, he sounded fine, so this news was truly surprising. After telling my brother I would visit soon, I hung up the phone and took a deep breath to calm my heart. When I told John, who came home from work that night, he looked really sad. I see, your father. Don't worry about things here, you should go see him, John said. Encouraged by his words, I went to see my father the next day. Dad, what happened? Are you okay? I asked. Oh, Catherine, I suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't get up. It must be old age, I guess. Sorry for making you worry, he said. His usually loud and boisterous voice sounded weak, causing pain in my heart. Though he looked pale, he didn't seem critically ill. Catherine, did something happen? Did you and John have a fight? He asked suddenly. Taken aback by his question, I didn't know how to respond. My father gave a wry smile. You're just like your mother, holding things in. Live as your heart desires. Not knowing what the future holds, for a parent, seeing their child's smiling face is the greatest happiness. Realizing the truth in his words, I was deeply moved. Although I wanted to talk to my father a little longer, he told me he was tired, so I decided to leave for the day. The visit lasted only about 15 minutes, but just thinking that he could be so exhausted from such a short time made tears roll down my cheeks. As I sat on the sofa near my father's room, waiting for my tears to stop, a man in a white coat sat next to me. "Are you here to visit your father? I'm the doctor in charge." "Oh, I'm so sorry. How embarrassing," I said, quickly taking out a handkerchief to wipe away my tears. Taking a closer look at the doctor, he seemed to be around my age with a kind face that made me feel at ease. "It's all right. It must have been a shock for you. Do you have any questions?" he asked. With his encouragement, I started to ask various questions about my father's condition and what to expect in the future. Despite repeating the same questions multiple times, he never looked annoyed and explained everything in detail until a nurse came, saying, "Sir, we need you." Thanks to him, even though I still felt sad, my heart was somewhat at ease. After returning home and recalling my conversation with my father, I decided to call the friend who had sent me the photo. I wanted to discuss the suspicions I had about my husband's affair. "I've been worried I might have done something unnecessary by telling you that. I'm sorry for causing you pain," my friend said. "No, I'm glad you told me. I've finally come to terms with John's suspected affair, but I have no idea what to do," I confessed. Chuckling, my friend shared some advice. "Actually, my husband is a lawyer. He said there are many clients consulting him about divorces due to affairs. I'll ask him for advice." Hearing this, I felt comforted knowing I wasn't the only one struggling. My friend immediately took action, telling me it was best to gather evidence of the affair and that I could use a private detective agency to do so. She even recommended a few agencies and offered to go with me if I felt anxious, making me realize how invaluable true friends are. From then on, between visiting my father and working part-time, my days were quite busy. At the same time, my husband started saying he was getting busier with work. Overtime and business trips noticeably increased, and his suspicious behavior had me eagerly awaiting the investigation results. 2 weeks later, I finally received the awaited results at the detective agency. The investigator hesitated before speaking. "It's true that he's having an affair." Surprisingly, I accepted the reality without panicking or feeling devastated. In fact, knowing the truth brought a sense of relief, dispelling my previous uneasiness. They showed me numerous photos and explained his activities over the past 2 weeks. There were also audio recordings, and the situation was worse than I had imagined. To begin with, his football games were only once a week, always in the morning for just 2 hours. The other employees always headed home right after the game, as they had families waiting. However, John spent all his remaining time with his mistress. At times, she would even wait for him at a diner near the football court. He deliberately washed his jersey, claiming he used it during the game, to ensure his lie wasn't caught. All his claims of overtime and business trips were fabricated just to spend time with her. The most shocking audio recording revealed him discussing with his mistress about getting a divorce once he inherited his money, predicting my father's passing in a month or so. They had already discussed pre-booking an apartment near the train station. His recent busyness was related to preparing for their new life together, making reservations for furniture and appliances, and even planning a premarital trip next month. All this left me feeling dizzy. The fact that my husband was eagerly waiting for my father to pass away destroyed any remaining love or affection I had for him. My only feeling was the increasing desire to divorce him. I paid a significant amount to the detective agency, took all the data, and decided to leave it with my friend for safekeeping. When I mentioned hiring a lawyer, they immediately agreed and offered to introduce me to someone they knew. However, I had used all my money on the detective agency and was hesitant to touch our shared finances. After some contemplation, I decided to swallow my pride and consult my brother about it. "Why didn't you come to me sooner?" he exclaimed, annoyed. Thankfully, he generously offered to cover the expected legal fees. I had a meeting with a lawyer and discussed my desire to work full-time or as a regular employee at my part-time job. I was told they could hire me as a contract employee, which gave me hope regarding my financial situation. With everything now in place, I started thinking about how to broach the subject of divorce. One midnight, I received a call from my brother. He was calling to tell me that our father had passed away. I woke up John, and we rushed to the hospital. John briefly visited my father, greeted my brother and his wife, and said some comforting words to me. He then returned home by himself. Everything after that happened so quickly that I can hardly remember. There was the wake, the funeral, meeting our relatives, and basically, I had no time to grieve. Even after the funeral, there was the matter of sorting out the house, discussing inheritance, and handling the legal aspects of my father's estate. My brother, his wife, and I were all exhausted. John, however, kept saying he was busy with work and didn't help at all. Despite my father having just passed away, John went out to play football on the weekend. My brother and his wife were visibly frustrated, but they knew about my intention to divorce him and refrained from saying anything. With so much going on, I had to postpone the divorce. It wasn't until about 6 months later that things took a major turn. Finally, all procedures related to my father were completed, and the inheritance amount was confirmed. By the way, has your father's inheritance come through yet? John asked. It's scheduled to be transferred tomorrow. Why do you ask? I replied. Well, your father was a director of a major company. I was just curious about how much inheritance he'd leave behind. John tried to sound casual. I sighed internally but hid my true feelings and just smiled brightly. I heard it's about $54,000. That much? He exclaimed. Yes, Dad must have worked hard to save that much. I just got a call today from the lawyer saying everything's ready. It'll be transferred tomorrow, so maybe we can go out and eat something delicious to celebrate, I said, emphasizing the fact that it would be transferred the next day. John seemed lost in thought. The next day after John had gone to work, I conspicuously placed the bank book on the desk. When I returned from work as expected, the bank book was gone and instead, a signed divorce paper was there. I hadn't anticipated things to go this smoothly, so while thinking he took the bait, I headed to my lawyer handling my divorce and explained the current situation. I decided not to return home, instead heading straight to my family home where my father had passed away. Most of my belongings were already there, and the things where I lived with John were shared, and how to handle them would be decided later. Probably John and his mistress would end up living there. Having already submitted the divorce papers, there was no reason to contact my estranged husband. The only thing left was a potential claim for damages for his affair from my lawyer. However, since they couldn't contact him, nothing could be done at the moment. But 3 days after I returned to my family home, I received a call from John. Catherine, what's going on? There's no money in the bank account. Where's the inheritance and where are you? John demanded. Inheritance is mine. Why would you use it? I decided to play dumb for the time being. By asking about my whereabouts, it seemed John had returned to our home. I needed to contact my lawyer immediately. Anyway, why isn't the $54,000 in your bank account? Did you take my bank account? John asked. I was planning to change the account for my salary deposit, but it disappeared. I've been looking for it. Don't mess with me. We're married, it's a shared asset. You should share it with me. I wished he wouldn't yell over the phone. It hurt my ears. The inheritance is an individual asset, not a shared one. Plus, I've already filed for divorce. We're no longer a married couple. Please stop contacting me. I won't return home. It's okay for you to live there with your mistress. I could hear John catching his breath, but I hung up and immediately relayed his whereabouts to the law firm. That night, I received several calls from John, but I ignored them all and enjoyed a drink by myself. Having endured the suspicions of his affair for almost a year, I deeply appreciated the peacefulness I was experiencing. After a good night's sleep, I checked my phone and was shocked at the sheer volume of missed calls. I assumed my lawyer must have contacted him, causing him to panic. Hesitantly checking the messages, some were aggressive, like, "What do you mean by damages for the affair? If you knew, you should have said so." Others were apologetic. "Catherine, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I want to talk things over." Without replying, I left my phone behind and headed to work. In my bag was a new phone with a number John wouldn't know. This would be my main phone from now on. I had John's personality figured out, so I was well prepared. Later, my lawyer informed me that John insisted on discussing this face-to-face, so I decided it was time for a confrontation. I expected this and felt it was better to settle matters swiftly. I chose a family restaurant with semi-private booths for our discussion to avoid any public attention. As expected, John and his mistress arrived on time. Seeing John after months, he looked somewhat tired. Was it just my imagination? I had seen photos of his mistress, but it was my first time seeing her in person. She had her hair up in a bun and wore casual clothes. Her youthful face made me think she was a student, but I knew from my investigation that she was 25 and worked at a cake shop. I couldn't comprehend what such a cute girl saw in a 50-year-old man. "Catherine, what's going on? There's no inheritance, and now there's a claim for damages. I'm completely lost," John said, bewildered. Both my lawyer and I couldn't help but chuckle at his words. "The inheritance is what my father left for me, John. You have no right to it. As for the damages, it's because our divorce is due to your affair. You both owe compensation for the pain you caused me," I explained. "It's not about the affair, it's due to our incompatible personalities. Besides, it wasn't you who brought up the divorce, I did. So the affair doesn't matter," John retorted. Hearing such nonsense made me want to pull my hair out. I knew he wasn't the brightest, but I didn't expect him to lack basic common sense to this extent. The one at fault can't initiate the divorce. It's not about who brings it up first. It's about you having an affair. If that's true, you understand that you're in the wrong, right? Also, I'll be demanding compensation from her too." "What? Why me? Despite her cute appearance, the mistress sounded very defiant and sharp. Is that true? John looked at the lawyer as if clinging to hope. Unfortunately, it is true, the lawyer confirmed. You said I'd be getting money. I wasn't told I'd have to pay. I'm going home, and since I'm divorcing you, this has nothing to do with me, she shouted, grabbing her bag and storming out of the restaurant. It was embarrassing as other customers turned to look at our table. We know where she works, so it'll be fine, the lawyer said with a reassuring smile, causing John's face to go pale. Perhaps he realized he couldn't escape. You know, that girl is quite headstrong. She used to be a good girl when we were having an affair. She was always smiling around me and would cry saying she'd miss me when it was time for me to leave. John rambled. Even though he was talking about their affair, I didn't know how to react. After we started living together, her cooking wasn't great, and she constantly wanted new bags or clothes. It was cute at first, but being married to her was not what I expected. Even though they'd only been remarried for about a month, complaints about her started pouring out of John's mouth. I've realized something. I've always been comparing her to you, Catherine. You're skilled at housework, great at cooking, and you always waited for me to come home without a single complaint. So would you consider giving us another chance? I was left in disbelief, unable to keep my mouth shut. I never anticipated this turn of events, and even the lawyer seemed too stunned to speak. There's no way. Come on, I'll change. I promise I'll never cheat again, John pleaded. You cheated on me while using the excuse of being busy at work, didn't you? How can I believe anything you say? I countered. John lowered his head, repeating, I want to start over. You said you were busy with work when my father was dying. He was in critical condition for about a month, but you never visited him even once. Even though I was having a difficult time, you were cheating. After he passed away, were you just waiting for the inheritance? I noticed our drawer being opened several times where we kept our bank book. You probably planned to leave once the inheritance came in, right? With the divorce papers already filled out? As I listed each fact, John began to tremble. He probably never thought he'd get caught. You had a reservation to buy a nice apartment already, right? But unfortunately, since you didn't get the inheritance, you had to cancel. I assume the old house we lived in must have been unbearable for her, I continued. How do you know? John asked, his voice shaking. I have plenty of evidence. Are you thinking that if we get remarried, you won't have to pay the compensation? With that, John fell silent. I must have struck a nerve. Realizing he was only after my money made me feel sad and disappointed. If there's nothing more to discuss, I'm leaving, I said, standing up. Wait, John grabbed my arm as I tried to leave. Catherine, you're the most important thing to me. Please, I beg you, let's start over. John's eyes were filled with tears. I'll never betray you again, and I'll do all the chores. Please come back to me. Unable to contain his emotions, John began to sob uncontrollably. Come on, don't make a scene. Aren't you and your mistress newlywed? Why don't you two sort things out? Let's just move on with our separate lives. Turns out she's been cheating on me. She seems to have married me for my money. Without money, I'm just an old man. Seeing my ex-husband crumbling to the floor, crying, was undeniably pathetic, but I felt no obligation to comfort him. People had heard our conversation, and it was painfully embarrassing to witness everyone whispering about John. Leaving my crying ex-husband behind, I picked up the bill, and my lawyer and I left. Later, as the two of them adamantly refused to pay compensation, I consulted with John's parents over the phone. Having had little interaction with my rather shy in-laws who lived far away, this was my first call to them since thanking them for attending my father's funeral. To my surprise, I discovered John hadn't told his parents about our divorce or his remarriage to his mistress. This revelation left his parents in shock, with my ex-mother-in-law becoming bedridden from the strain. Give us some time, we're not sure what to do, was their unsure response, making it clear I couldn't rely on them. However, the next day, my father-in-law brought his brother to confront John. His brother, compared to John, was a lively, talkative, and cheerful man. John had often grumbled to me about how intimidating he was during family gatherings. Whatever transpired, his strong-willed brother made John agree to the compensation payment. Then his brother decided John would be taken back to the countryside. Tearfully, my father-in-law informed me of this decision. Since both in-laws were over 80 and had no income, they promised John would work at a factory owned by a relative nearby and pay me the compensation. As for John's mistress, her whereabouts were unknown, but since her workplace was known, they contacted her there. She shouted, "Don't contact my workplace." However, I spoke with a woman claiming to be the manager and was informed of an astonishing fact. It seems that the person John was referring to when he said, "She's cheating on me," was the husband of the store manager, and she was apparently preparing to sue them. I was assured that John's mistress would never escape justice, and true to that word, a few months later, I received the compensation payment. When I visited the cake shop to express my gratitude as expected, the mistress was nowhere in sight. Naturally, she was fired from the cake shop. She had dreams of becoming a pastry chef, but that's now believed to be impossible. Currently, to repay the compensation, she's juggling multiple jobs, and according to the store manager, she can often be seen at a nearby construction site. Out of sheer curiosity, I took a glance and noticed her without makeup, sweaty, and being yelled at by an older man while she worked. Having to pay compensation for the two affairs she must be heaply in debt. I'm not sure how many years it'll take her to repay it, but she got karma for destroying someone's family. When I told my son about the divorce, he was genuinely surprised but said something along the lines of, "It's your life, you should live it as you see fit," which was a relief. My biggest concern had always been how my son would react, and with me approaching 50, I thought there'd be no chance for love or even remarriage. But lately, there's someone I've been interested in. He's the doctor who took care of my father in his final moments. Every time I visited the hospital, we'd end up chatting, and I found him to be very nice and wonderful. After the divorce, during one of my solo trips to the shopping mall, we bumped into each other, and in our conversation, I discovered that he was also divorced. We connected even more over our similar experiences. We've been out for meals a couple of times, and I always feel very comfortable around him. I don't know what the future holds, but I still hope and strive for happiness in my life.
1 million followers, I whispered to Freddie across the coffee shop table, watching his eyes widen as he nearly choked on his latte. And they still think I'm wasting my time. My name is Zoe, and I'm what you'd call the family disappointment. At least, that's how my siblings make me feel every chance they get. While they climb their fancy corporate ladders, I've been building something of my own, something they'd never understand. Are you serious? Freddie leaned forward, lowering his voice. 1 million? That's insane, Zoe. Yeah, and the best part? Marley and Nash still think I'm just posting pretty pictures of street food and sunsets. I couldn't help but smile, even though it hurt. You should have heard them at dinner last night. The memory was still fresh. Another painful family dinner where I was served a hefty portion of criticism alongside Mom's lasagna. So, Zoe, Marley had started, using that condescending lawyer tone she'd perfected, still playing around with that little travel blog of yours? I pushed my food around my plate. It's going well, actually. I just got back from Thailand and— Thailand? Nash interrupted, adjusting his expensive tie. Please tell me you're not burning through your savings for these little adventures. I'm not burning through anything, I said quietly, knowing they wouldn't believe the truth anyway. The blog pays for itself. Honey, Marley reached across the table, patting my hand like I was a child. I know you want to follow your dreams, but maybe it's time to think about a real career. I could get you an interview at my firm. Filing clerk positions are perfect for someone with your experience. Back in the coffee shop, Freddie's voice pulled me from the memory. Why don't you just tell them? Show them your analytics, your sponsorship deals. I took a sip of my Americano. Would you believe me if I told you I've tried? Last month, I mentioned a hotel partnership in Barcelona. Nash laughed and asked if they were paying me in continental breakfast vouchers. Your siblings are jerks, Freddie declared, not for the first time. The worst part is, they think they're helping, protecting me from ending up like Aunt Lexi. The artist aunt they never talk about? Yeah, she chased her dreams of becoming a painter. Now she lives in a tiny apartment in Portland, selling watercolors on Etsy. They use her as a cautionary tale. My phone buzzed. Another notification from my blog. A luxury resort in the Maldives wanted to collaborate. The irony wasn't lost on me. I made more in a month than Nash did in his quarterly bonuses. I hesitated, playing with my coffee cup. I wish they could see me, really see me. Freddie's eyes lit up with that dangerous spark that usually preceded his best or worst ideas. So, make them see you. What do you mean? You've got the means, right? Do something big, something they can't ignore. I pulled out my laptop, opening my travel planning folder. Actually, I've been thinking about something. They've always talked about wanting to do this fancy European vacation together. The kind with private tours and five-star hotels. Okay. Freddie leaned in. What if I funded it? The whole thing. First-class flights, luxury suites, the works. They'd never know it came from my little blog. The plan had been forming in my mind for weeks, but saying it out loud made it feel real. That's either brilliant or terrible, Freddie said. Maybe both. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from Marley. Family dinner tonight. Mom's making pot roast. Please wear something professional for once. I showed Freddie the text. See what I mean? They treat me like I'm 16. So what are you gonna do? I closed my laptop with a decisive click. I'm going to plan the most amazing family vacation they've ever dreamed of. And then, I smiled, feeling a mix of excitement and guilt. I'm going to turn it into the most viral blog series they'll never see coming. You're going to document the whole thing? Every perfect curated moment. They want to treat me like a joke? Fine. But they're about to become part of a story they didn't know they were starring in. Freddie whistled low. This could backfire spectacularly. You know that, right? Probably, I admitted, standing up and gathering my things. But I'm tired of being the family cautionary tale. Sometimes you have to risk everything to gain anything. As I headed to my car to prepare for another family dinner, my phone lit up with more notifications. Another sponsored post hit 100,000 likes. A travel magazine wanted an interview. A tourism board offered an all-expenses-paid trip to New Zealand. And my siblings thought I was just playing around with a little blog. Tonight, I'd sit through their well-meaning criticism one more time. But soon, very soon, they'd learn what their little sister was really capable of. The question was, would it bring us closer together or tear us apart completely? You want to do what? Freddie's voice crackled through my phone speaker as I paced my apartment, surrounded by travel brochures and sticky notes. Book the whole thing. Tonight, I clicked through luxury hotel websites, my cursor hovering over the Reserve Now button. Before I lose my nerve. And you're sure about this? The memory of last night's family dinner was still fresh. Another master class in subtle undermining from my siblings. Pass the salt, Zoe, Nash had said, then added with a smirk, unless you're too busy photographing your mashed potatoes for your followers. Actually, I'd replied, forcing a smile, I was thinking about planning a family trip. That got their attention. Marley had lowered her wine glass, exchanging a look with Nash. A trip? She'd asked carefully, like she was talking to a child suggesting we all fly to the moon. Honey, those kinds of vacations are expensive. Maybe start smaller, like a weekend at the lake? I'm thinking bigger, I'd said, heart pounding. 2 weeks in Europe, first class everything. Nash had nearly choked on his pot roast. And how exactly are you planning to fund this little adventure? Blog exposure? I'll handle everything, I'd said firmly. All expenses. Consider it my treat. The silence that followed was deafening until Marley broke it with a patronizing laugh. Oh, sweetie, that's ambitious. But maybe we should wait until you have a more stable income stream. Now, staring at my laptop screen, I pulled up my bank account. The numbers made me smile. 6 figures from sponsored content alone, not counting my passive income streams. Freddie, I've never been more sure of anything. Okay, talk me through the plan again. I clicked through my meticulously organized spreadsheet. 2 weeks, hitting all their dream destinations. Paris, Rome, Barcelona, 5-star hotels, private tours, Michelin star restaurants, the works. And they have no idea you can afford this? Remember last month when Nash was bragging about his bonus? It wouldn't cover 2 nights at the hotels I'm booking. My phone pinged with a new email, another brand wanting to collaborate. I ignored it, focusing on the bookings. There, I said, hitting the final confirmation button. First-class flights booked. No turning back now. When are you going to tell them? Family brunch tomorrow. I closed my laptop, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. I already texted Mom to make sure everyone's coming. The next morning, I walked into our favorite brunch spot, clutching an envelope filled with printed itineraries. Marley and Nash were already there, both in their Sunday best, while I wore my usual jeans and a comfortable sweater. "Well, look who finally made it," Marley said, checking her watch. "We were starting to worry you'd gotten lost documenting the local coffee scene." I slid into my seat, waiting until after we'd ordered to pull out the envelope. "Remember what I mentioned at dinner? Your imaginary European vacation?" Nash chuckled. "How could we forget?" I spread the documents across the table. "Not imaginary anymore. Everything's booked. We leave in 3 weeks. The silence was delicious. Marley picked up a flight confirmation, her perfectly manicured fingers trembling slightly. "These are first-class tickets. 4 Seasons Paris," Nash muttered, flipping through the hotel reservations. "Private tour of the Vatican, yacht day in Barcelona." His face went pale. "Zoe, this is easily a 6-figure trip." "I know," I said calmly, sipping my mimosa. "Like I said, my treat." "But how—" Marley started. "Does it matter?" I interrupted, surprising myself with my confidence. "You both work so hard. You deserve something special. Let someone else take care of things for once." They exchanged worried looks. I could see the wheels turning, wondering if I'd gotten into debt, or worse. "Look," Nash leaned forward, "if you've done something reckless, the only thing you need to worry about is getting time off work," I said firmly. "Everything else is handled." "But, do you want to go or not?" Another silence. Finally, Marley smiled. A genuine smile this time. "Of course we want to go. It's just unexpected." "Sometimes the best things are," I replied, thinking about my blog's first viral post, the one that changed everything. As we finished brunch, discussing passport renewals and packing lists, I felt a twinge of guilt about my hidden agenda. But then Nash made another crack about my cute little Instagram hobby, and the guilt evaporated. Later that night, I opened my blog's admin panel and started drafting the first post of what would become my most ambitious series yet, Family Dreams, an Influencer's Secret Gift. "You've started the countdown now," Freddie texted. "No going back." I looked at the family photo from brunch, already edited and ready to post. My siblings' smiling faces, completely unaware they were about to become the stars of a story that would change everything. "Good," I typed back. "It's about time they saw what their little sister can do." "Oh my God, this is first class?" Marley squealed, settling into her pod seat. "I've never seen legroom like this." I hid my smile behind my camera, pretending to adjust settings while capturing her childlike excitement. If only she knew how many times I'd flown this way for blog work. Nash was already reclining his seat, accepting a glass of champagne from the flight attendant. "This is insane, Zoe. I still can't believe you pulled this off." "Just wait until you see the hotels," I replied, snapping another candid shot of him sipping champagne. Perfect for the blog post I'd already titled, "From Skeptics to Believers, A Family's First Taste of Luxury Travel." As we took off, I couldn't help but notice how different they both were away from their usual environments. No power suits, no briefcases, no condescending comments about my career choices. Just pure, unfiltered joy. "Look at these amenities." Marley was going through her travel kit like a kid at Christmas. "Is this real La Mer cream?" "Only the best for my favorite siblings," I said, the words tasting bittersweet. Halfway through the flight, Nash leaned across the aisle. "Seriously, Zoe, how did you afford all this?" "Magic," I winked, pulling out my laptop. "Now smile for the camera. The lighting's perfect." "Always with the photos." He rolled his eyes, but posed anyway. "At least let me see them before you post them on your little blog." I nodded, knowing these shots would stay private until the perfect moment. My real followers would have to wait for the big reveal. 8 hours later, we landed in Paris. The look on their faces when our private driver held up a sign with our names was priceless. "A Mercedes?" Marley whispered as we approached the sleek black vehicle. "Zoe, this is too much." "Nothing's too much for family," I replied, discreetly filming their reactions for my Instagram stories. The Four Seasons George V left them speechless. Marley actually gasped when we entered our suite, running from room to room like a teenager. "There must be some mistake," Nash said, staring at the Eiffel Tower view. "This suite is bigger than my apartment." "No mistake." I set up my tripod by the window. "Come on, family photo time before we unpack." "You and that camera," Marley laughed, but she was already fixing her hair. "At least you're documenting everything properly." If only she knew. That evening, over dinner at a rooftop restaurant, Marley scrolled through her phone. "Oh my God, look at this travel blog I found. They stayed in this exact suite last month. The photos are amazing." My heart skipped a beat. "Oh? Yeah, some influencer with a huge following. Their European guides are incredible." She showed me the screen, my own blog post staring back at me. "We should follow their recommendations while we're here." Nash peered over her shoulder. "Wow, they really know their stuff. Professional photos, insider tips. This is what travel blogging should look like, Zoe. Maybe you could learn something." I took a long sip of wine, suppressing both a laugh and a scream. Maybe I could. Later that night, after they'd gone to their rooms, I sat on my balcony updating my private Instagram story. Day 1, they're literally reading my blog for travel tips without realizing it's mine. Stay tuned, followers. This is just getting started. Freddie replied instantly. "The irony is killing me. How are you keeping a straight face?" "Practice," I typed back. "Years of practice." The next morning, we had a private tour of the Louvre before opening hours. Our guide, Sophie, was one of my regular collaborators. "Zoe?" she exclaimed when she saw me, then caught my subtle head shake. "Oh, welcome to the Louvre. Shall we begin?" As we walked through the empty halls, Sophie sharing her expertise, I noticed Marley and Nash actually listening to me for once when I added historical facts I'd learned from my previous visits. "How do you know all this?" Nash asked, genuinely impressed. "Oh, just picked it up from my little blog research," I said casually, watching his face fall slightly as he remembered to be dismissive. By dinner, my siblings were transformed. Gone were the power-playing professionals, replaced by wide-eyed travelers soaking in every moment. "This is incredible," Marley said over our third course. "I've never felt so free." "It's like being in a dream," Nash agreed, then looked at me curiously. "You seem so comfortable with all this luxury, Zoe, like you've done it before." I shrugged, adjusting my camera settings. "I guess I'm just good at adapting." As they chatted about tomorrow's plans, I uploaded the day's photos to my private folder, already writing captions in my head. Soon, very soon, they'd see themselves through my lens and finally understand exactly what their little sister was capable of. "More wine?" I offered, raising my glass. "Here's to family surprises." They clinked glasses enthusiastically, completely unaware they were toasting to their own imminent revelation. "Just a little to the left, Marley. Perfect." I adjusted my camera settings as my sister posed against the Roman Colosseum's ancient walls. "Now look slightly up, like you're lost in thought." "You're getting really good at this," she admitted, following my directions. "These photos are actually starting to look professional." I bit back a response about my $500,000 camera being pretty professional already. "Thanks, I've had some practice." My phone buzzed. Another email from Travel and Leisure magazine about my viral Rome series from last year. I quickly dismissed it. "Nash, you're up." I called to my brother, who was busy texting his office. The lighting's perfect right now. He groaned but complied, walking over. More photos? Don't you have enough for your blog already? Trust me, I smiled, positioning him just right. These will be worth it. As I snapped away, a group of tourists nearby started whispering and pointing. I knew that look. They'd recognized me from my blog. Thankfully, Marley and Nash were too absorbed in checking their own photos to notice. Miss, one of the tourists approached hesitantly. Are you the one who wrote the Hidden Gems of Rome series? I quickly shook my head, making a subtle, please don't gesture. Oh no, sorry, just another tourist. The fan looked confused but caught my drift and walked away. Nash looked up from his phone. What was that about? Nothing. Probably thought I was someone else. I quickly changed the subject. Who's hungry? I know this amazing little place down a hidden alley. The restaurant, like everything else on our trip, was carefully chosen from my previous visits. As we settled into our corner table, the owner rushed over. Signorina Zoe, welcome back. He caught himself too late. Back? Marley raised an eyebrow. Oh, I meant welcome, he stammered, looking at me apologetically. Special table for you and family, yes? I nodded gratefully as he hurried away, but the damage was done. That was weird, Nash mused. Have you been here before? Must be thinking of someone else, I said quickly, opening the menu. Try the truffle pasta. It's supposedly amazing. Later that afternoon, as we lounged by our hotel's rooftop pool, my phone lit up with a message from the editor of Wanderlust magazine. Love the mysterious family vacation posts you're teasing. When can we expect the full story? Still working on it, I typed back, glancing at my siblings enjoying their cocktails. Zoe, come look at this, Marley called out, holding up her phone. Remember that travel blog I found in Paris? They have a whole guide about this exact hotel. The photos are incredible. I walked over, trying to keep my expression neutral as I looked at my own images on her screen. See how they captured the sunset over the Vatican? She pointed excitedly. That's real talent. Maybe you could reach out to them for tips. Maybe, I said, watching the actual Vatican sunset paint the sky in front of us. Speaking of photos, let's get some shots before we lose this light. I positioned them perfectly, knowing exactly how to capture the golden hour glow I'd mastered months ago in this very spot. As I clicked away, Nash whistled. Wow, these actually look like those professional blog photos, he said, peering at my camera screen. Almost as good as that account Marley found. Funny coincidence, I muttered, adjusting my settings for another shot. That evening, after they'd gone to bed, I sat in my suite updating my private Instagram story. Day 5. They're literally comparing my photos to my photos. The irony is reaching new levels. Freddie replied immediately. This is getting good. When are you dropping the bomb? Soon, I wrote back. The magazine wants an exclusive. A notification popped up. Marley had just posted one of my photos on her Instagram. Her caption read, "Living the dream thanks to my amazing sister. Still don't know how she afforded this, but I'm not questioning it anymore." The post already had dozens of comments, including one that made my heart stop. OMG, isn't this the same hotel from that famous travel blogger's Rome series? I quickly logged into my main account and deleted the comment before Marley could see it. But more were coming. My followers were starting to connect the dots. Another message from Freddie. You can't keep this up forever. I know, I replied, looking at the growing stack of memory cards filled with perfectly curated moments. But I need a few more days. The story's not complete yet. I opened my laptop and began sorting through the day's photos, each one better than the last. My siblings looking carefree, happy, completely unaware they were starring in what would become my most viral series yet. A final text from Freddie. Just remember, you can't control how they'll react when they find out. I looked at my camera, then at the Vatican glowing in the distance. Maybe not, I whispered to myself, but I can control how the world sees it. Last breakfast in Europe, Marley sighed, stirring her cappuccino at our Barcelona hotel's rooftop restaurant. I can't believe it's almost over. I adjusted my camera one final time, capturing her wistful expression against the Mediterranean backdrop. The last shot for my series. Perfect. We should plan something special for Zoe when we get back, Nash said, surprising me. To thank her for all this. Absolutely, Marley agreed. Maybe dinner at that new place downtown? The waiting list is months long, but I can pull some strings. I almost laughed. I had a standing VIP reservation there from my restaurant review series last summer. That's sweet, but unnecessary, I said, checking my phone. Wanderlust magazine had just sent the final contract for my exclusive reveal. All I needed was to sign. No, really, Nash insisted. This trip has been eye-opening. We haven't always been supportive of your choices, but clearly you're doing better than we thought. Speaking of which, Marley leaned forward, isn't it time you told us how you really managed all this? My phone buzzed again, a message from Freddie. They're starting to figure it out. Your latest Instagram story is blowing up. Let's just enjoy our last day, I deflected, standing up. We have that private yacht tour in an hour. On the boat, as we cruised along the coast, I felt the weight of my laptop in my bag. The blog post was ready. One click would change everything. Hey, Nash called from the bow. Come take our picture. I raised my camera, capturing them against the sparkling water. They looked so happy, so different from the judgmental siblings who'd mocked my little hobby for years. Perfect shot, I said, but my hand was trembling. Send it to us? Marley asked. I want to post it before we leave. Actually, I started, then stopped as my phone exploded with notifications. Someone had connected the dots. A viral tweet was circulating. Wait, isn't that famous travel blogger on vacation with her family? The same family she said never supported her career? This tea is about to be hot. Everything okay? Nash asked, noticing my expression. Fine, I said quickly, silencing my phone. But it was too late. Marley's phone dinged. She glanced at it, then did a double take. That's weird. Someone just tagged me in a post about some travel blogger's family vacation series. My heart stopped. Oh my God. She continued scrolling. They're saying, wait. She looked up at me, her eyes widening. Zoe? Nash grabbed her phone, reading quickly. This can't be right. It says you're... But that's the blog we've been following, the one with millions of followers. The yacht suddenly felt very small. I can explain, I started, but Marley cut me off. Explain what? That you've been lying to us? That you're actually some kind of famous influencer? I never lied, I defended. You just never bothered to actually look at my work. Nash was frantically searching on his phone now. Holy shit, it's all here, the sponsors, the magazine features, the brand deals. He looked up, face pale. You're making more than I do. A lot more, I admitted quietly. Marley stood up, hands shaking. So this whole trip, all these perfect moments, the photos, it was just content for your blog? No, well, yes, but we were just props to you? Nash's voice cracked. A story for your followers? You don't understand, I tried again. For years, you treated me like a joke, like my dreams were worthless. I wanted to show you. Show us what? Marley demanded. That you could manipulate us, use us for clicks. That I succeeded, I shouted, finally snapping. That while you were mocking my little blog, I was building something huge, something real. The silence that followed was broken only by the waves against the boat. The post goes live tonight, I said quietly. Wanderlust magazine has the exclusive Family Dreams, Funded by fantasy, how a travel blogger gave her skeptical siblings the trip of a lifetime. Take it down, Nash said immediately. I can't. The contracts are signed. Marley laughed bitterly. Contracts, of course. Everything's content for you, isn't it? Even your own family. She turned away, staring at the horizon. Nash just shook his head, walking to the other end of the boat. I sat alone in the middle, my camera heavy in my hands. The perfect lighting, the perfect backdrop, the perfect story. Suddenly, none of it felt perfect anymore. My phone buzzed again. Freddie. How'd they take it? I looked at my siblings, now strangers on opposite ends of the boat I'd booked to capture our perfect family moment. They hate me, I typed back. Was it worth it? I watched as Marley wiped away tears, as Nash deleted photos from his phone. The story would go viral. My following would explode. Brands would line up for collaborations. But as we sailed back to shore in silence, I wasn't sure I knew the answer anymore. The flight home was nothing like our excited departure. Marley switched seats to sit far away from me, and Nash kept his noise-canceling headphones on the entire time, pointedly ignoring my existence. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing since the article went live. The story was everywhere. Travel bloggers' epic revenge, treats dismissive siblings to luxury vacation. Viral, how one influencer proved her worth to doubtful family. The ultimate clapback, inside the most expensive I told you so ever. Turn it off, Nash snapped when he caught me looking at the headlines. Haven't you documented enough? I silently put my phone in airplane mode. But the damage was done. Our story was trending on every platform. Back home, I walked into my apartment to find Freddie waiting with takeout and a concerned expression. That bad, huh? Worse, I collapsed onto my couch. They won't even look at me. My phone rang. Another media request. Good Morning America this time. They want me to go on tomorrow, I said, staring at the email, to talk about turning family doubt into digital success. Are you going to do it? Before I could answer, my door burst open. Marley stormed in, still wearing her travel clothes, with Nash right behind her. You're trending on Twitter, she screamed, throwing her phone at me. Do you have any idea what this is doing to my reputation? My clients are calling. My boss saw it too, Nash added, his voice cold. Asked if I needed financial advice from my influencer sister. I started. Never meant what? Marley cut me off. To humiliate us? To expose our private moments to millions of strangers? To make us look like villains in your little revenge story? You did that yourselves. I stood up, finally finding my voice. Every time you mocked my work, every time you treated me like a failure. So you set us up, Nash interrupted. Played us like we were just characters in your content. No, I wanted you to see. See what? Marley's voice cracked. That our little sister is a manipulative genius? Congratulations, we see it now. Freddie stepped between us. Maybe everyone should calm down. Stay out of this, Nash warned. You probably knew about it all along. Of course he knew, I said, because unlike you, he actually supported me. He saw what I was building while you were busy looking down on me. Building what? Marley laughed bitterly. A brand based on exploiting your family? My phone buzzed again. Another notification. Marley grabbed it before I could stop her. Join us tomorrow as viral sensation Zoe discusses her groundbreaking series about family redemption. She read aloud. Redemption? Is that what you're calling this? The media's spinning it their way, I tried to explain. I can decline the interview. Don't bother, Nash said. You've already gotten what you wanted. We look like fools, and you're the brilliant success story. That's not... You know what the worst part is? Marley's voice was quiet now. Those moments on the trip, when we were actually connecting, actually seeing you differently, they were real for us. But for you, They were just content. They were real for me, too, I protested, tears starting to fall. Everything I showed you, the hotels, the experiences, that's my real life, the life you never believed I could have. And now everyone knows how stupid we were not to believe in you, Nash said. Message received, loud and clear. He turned to leave but paused at the door. Hope the likes were worth it, Zoe. Marley followed him, but stopped too. Mom's devastated, by the way. She can't believe her children have become a viral sensation for all the wrong reasons. The door slammed behind them, leaving me standing in my apartment, surrounded by the evidence of my success. Expensive camera equipment, luxury brand gifts, travel memorabilia from around the world. Freddie touched my shoulder gently. Maybe give them some time. Time for what? I wiped my eyes. To forgive me for proving them wrong? For having the career they said I'd never have? My laptop pinged, an email from my agent. The story had broken all previous engagement records. Brands were lining up for partnerships. My follower count was skyrocketing. Congratulations, Freddie said softly. You won. I stared at my screen, at the photos of my siblings looking happy and carefree. Photos I'd carefully crafted to tell my story of triumph. Then why does it feel like I lost everything? My phone lit up again. Good Morning America following up about tomorrow's interview. What are you going to do? Freddie asked. I looked at the last family photo we'd taken in Barcelona before everything fell apart. We were all smiling, genuine smiles, not knowing it was the last time we'd be happy together. I'm going to tell the truth, I said, picking up my phone. All of it, even the parts that don't make me look good. That could hurt your brand. Maybe, I agreed, starting to type my response. But I've already hurt something more important. We're live in 3, 2, 1. The producer pointed at me as the cameras started rolling. With us today is travel influencer Zoe, whose recent viral story about treating her skeptical siblings to a luxury European vacation has captured the internet's attention. The host began. Zoe, welcome. I shifted in my chair, ignoring the teleprompter with its suggested talking points about sweet revenge and proving the haters wrong. Thanks for having me, I said, then took a deep breath. But I need to set the record straight. The host's practiced smile flickered. This wasn't the script. I've read the headlines, I continued, about revenge and proving people wrong. But that's not the whole story. Tell us what really happened, she encouraged, recovering quickly. I hurt my family, I said simply. I took their private moments, their trust, and turned it into content. Yes, they doubted my career choice. Yes, they were dismissive. But what I did, I became exactly what they feared, someone who'd sacrifice anything for views. The host glanced nervously at her producers. This wasn't the uplifting success story they'd planned. But your blog, your success, it proved them wrong, didn't it? My success proved I could make money, but the way I handled it proved I could lose my soul doing it. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Probably Freddie watching live, or my agent having a meltdown. So you regret the trip? The host pressed. I regret the manipulation, those moments of joy you see in the photos. They were real. My siblings were genuinely happy, genuinely connecting with me, and I ruined it by turning it into a public spectacle. The producer was making frantic cutting motions, but I kept going. To my followers watching this, success isn't worth destroying your relationships. And to my family, I looked directly into the camera. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. They cut to commercial break. The host immediately removed her microphone, leaving me alone on set as crew members awkwardly avoided eye contact. My phone was flooded with notifications. My agent had sent 15 texts in a row, the last one reading, "What are you doing? 3 brands already pulled their offers." I turned off my phone and walked out of the studio into the bright morning sun. Freddie was waiting in his car. That was, he started. Career suicide? I finished, buckling my seatbelt. Brave, he corrected. And true. We drove in silence until he suddenly turned down a familiar street. This isn't the way to my apartment. No, he agreed. It's the way to your mom's house. My heart stopped. Freddie, no. They're all there, he said quietly. Marley texted me during your interview. They watched it together. And they want to talk. Minutes later, I stood on my mother's porch, hand frozen before the doorbell. Before I could decide whether to run, the door opened. Mom stood there, eyes red but soft. Without a word, she pulled me into a hug. Inside, Marley and Nash sat at the kitchen table, an open laptop between them, showing a replay of my interview. Hi, I managed weakly. Nash spoke first. Did you mean it? What you said on TV? Every word. You tanked your brand for us, Marley said, not quite a question. Turns out my brand isn't worth my family. I sat down heavily at the table. I got so caught up in proving myself, I forgot who I was proving it to. We watched your whole blog series this morning, Nash said. All your old posts, too. You're actually really good, Marley added. Like, really good. We just never looked before, Nash finished, because it was easier to assume you were failing than admit we might be wrong. Mom set coffee cups in front of us, just like she used to when we needed to talk through problems as kids. I should have shown you my success differently, I said. Not as a weapon. And we should have supported you from the start. Marley reached across the table, taking my hand. God, Zoe, you've built something amazing. Those hotel partnerships, the brand deals. The writing, Nash added. Your Rome series made me cry. Don't tell anyone I said that. A laugh bubbled up, surprising all of us. Soon we were all laughing, the tension breaking like a fever. So what now? Mom asked, sitting down with us. What happens to your blog? I looked at my siblings, seeing them clearly for the first time in years. That depends. How do you feel about a follow-up series? The real story this time, about family, forgiveness, and finding success without losing yourself. Only if you let us read it first, Marley smiled. And maybe teach us some of those photography tricks, Nash added. Deal, I said, feeling lighter than I had in weeks. But first, I need to know, was the trip actually good before everything blew up? They exchanged looks, then Marley grinned. It was perfect, even better knowing our little sister made it happen. Through talent and hard work, Nash emphasized. Mom squeezed my shoulder. Now that's the story you should be telling. Ready? I adjusted the camera settings, checking the lighting one last time. As ready as we'll ever be, Nash said, straightening his tie while Marley touched up her lipstick. We were back in Mom's kitchen, where everything had fallen apart and come back together. The familiar wooden table was set for Sunday dinner, just like always, but this time, my professional camera equipment surrounded us. Remember, I said, just be natural. Tell your truth. Our truth, Marley corrected, squeezing my hand. I pressed record. So, tell me about the moment you realized your little sister was actually a successful travel blogger. Nash laughed. Oh, God. I was checking my stock portfolio in Barcelona when my boss texted asking if I needed financial advice from you. Talk about a wake-up call. For me, Marley added, it was earlier. Remember that restaurant in Rome? The owner knew you, and I finally started putting the pieces together. All those coincidences weren't coincidences at all. Mom appeared in frame with a steaming lasagna. I knew long before either of you. I'd been secretly following her blog for months. Mom! We all turned to stare at her. She shrugged, setting down the dish. What? You think I didn't Google my own daughter? I just figured she'd tell us when she was ready. Why didn't you say anything? I asked, momentarily forgetting I was supposed to be behind the camera. Sometimes mothers have to let their children fight their own battles, she said wisely, even when we see them making mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, Nash leaned forward, can we talk about how spectacularly I failed as a big brother? We both did, Marley agreed. We were so busy being successful in our own lanes, we couldn't see you building something incredible in yours. I swallowed hard, keeping the camera steady. And I was so busy proving you wrong, I forgot about proving myself right. The comments on your new blog post are insane. Nash pulled out his phone. Listen to this one. Finally, an influencer telling the real story about family, success, and redemption. No filters, just truth. The brands are coming back too, Marley added. Turns out authenticity sells better than revenge. Mom started serving the lasagna, the same recipe she'd made the night I first mentioned the European trip. You know what I love most about this new series? You're all working on it together. She was right. After my TV confession, something had shifted. Marley had offered her legal expertise for my contracts. Nash had started helping with my investment strategy, and I was teaching them both about social media, watching them discover a world they'd dismissed for so long. Okay, final question, I said, adjusting the frame to include all of us. What would you tell other families dealing with doubt and different definitions of success? Look closer, Nash said immediately. That thing you think is just your sister's hobby might be the next big thing. Support each other, Marley added. Success doesn't look the same for everyone. Mom smiled, passing the garlic bread. And remember that family is more important than followers. I set the camera to auto record and joined them at the table. You know, this isn't the ending I planned for my viral series. It's better, Marley said. It's real. Speaking of real, Nash pulled an envelope from his jacket. We have something for you. Inside was a printed itinerary. I recognized the format. It was from my favorite luxury hotel chain. What's this? We're taking you on vacation, Marley explained. All of us, no hidden agendas, no secret blog posts, just family. But I stared at the booking. This is expensive. Well, Nash grinned. Turns out when your sister is a famous influencer, you can get pretty good deals. Plus, Marley added, we've been saving up. Time to invest in what really matters. Mom raised her wine glass. To new beginnings? We clinked glasses, and I didn't even reach for my camera to capture the moment. Some things were better lived than documented. Oh, Nash suddenly remembered something. Tell her about the call you got this morning, Marley. My sister grinned. Netflix wants to option your story. They think it could make an interesting documentary about social media, family dynamics, and redemption. What did you tell them? I told them they'd have to talk to my sister's legal team. That's me, by the way. I'm your legal team now. And I'll handle the financial negotiations, Nash added. I looked around the table at my family, really looked at them. No camera lens, no filter, no agenda, just us, together, finally seeing each other clearly. So, Mom passed the salad. Where are we going on this family vacation? Actually, I smiled, I have some ideas about that. But this time, we'll plan it together. The camera kept rolling, capturing our laughter, our plans, our reconciliation. But the real story, the one that mattered most, was happening off-screen, around a simple kitchen table, over Mom's lasagna, and endless possibilities.
The first drops of rain hit my father's casket as Laura's words cut through the silence. You abandoned us when we needed you most. How dare you show up now? My name is Alice, and I hadn't seen my sister in 3 years until today. The funeral brought us together like a cruel cosmic joke, forcing us to stand side by side while our father was lowered into the ground. I kept my eyes fixed on the polished mahogany, trying to ignore the whispers from distant relatives and family friends. The sculptor who chose art over family, the daughter who broke her father's heart. I'd heard it all before. "Laura, please," I whispered. "Not here." She turned to face me, mascara running down her cheeks. "When then, Alice? When you're back in New York, hiding in your fancy studio? Or maybe after another 3 years of silence?" Aunt Rose stepped between us, her weathered hands reaching for both our shoulders. "Girls, your father wouldn't want this." "Our father wanted a lot of things," Laura spat. "Like his eldest daughter to join the family business instead of running away to play with clay." The small crowd of mourners shifted uncomfortably. I caught Ricky, Laura's partner, moving forward to intervene, but Rose held up her hand to stop him. "I didn't run away," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I followed my dreams. Dad just couldn't what? Accept that his daughter was too selfish to think about anyone but herself?" Laura's voice cracked. "While you were living your dreams, I was here, taking care of him when Mom died, managing the company, dealing with everything you left behind." The rain fell harder now, umbrellas popping open around us like black flowers. I remained still, letting the water soak through my dress. "You chose that role, Laura. I offered to help." "Help?" She laughed, a hollow sound that echoed across the cemetery. "Your idea of help was throwing money at problems from a safe distance? Did you even visit him in the hospital?" The truth stung more than the rain. I hadn't known he was sick until it was too late. The call came from Rose, not Laura, telling me Dad had hours left. By the time I reached the hospital, he was already gone. "That's enough," Rose said firmly. "Everyone, please give the family some privacy." The crowd dispersed quickly, leaving only Rose, Laura, Ricky, and me. The family lawyer, Stephen, lingered at the edge of the gathering, clutching his briefcase like a shield. "There's something you both need to know," Rose said, her voice barely audible above the rain. "About your father's will." Laura wiped her face, smearing more mascara. "We're doing this now?" "Yes, now." Rose's tone left no room for argument. "Stephen, please." The lawyer approached cautiously, opening his umbrella over us. "Perhaps we should move somewhere dry?" "No," I said, surprising myself. "Here, let's do it here." Stephen cleared his throat, producing an envelope from his briefcase. "Your father made some unusual changes to his will in his final weeks." Laura's head snapped up. "Changes? What changes?" "I think," Rose interrupted, "we should discuss this over tea, at my house. There are things you both need to see." I noticed her hand trembling as she reached for the envelope, and something in her expression made my stomach twist. She knew something beyond the will. "Rose," I started, but she shook her head. "Not here, dear. Some truths need a proper setting." She glanced at Laura, who had gone pale. "And some secrets have waited long enough." "I don't have time for this," Laura muttered, but I caught the fear in her voice. "Ricky and I have arrangements to make." "Cancel them," Rose said sharply. "This can't wait. Both of you, my house. 2 hours." She turned to leave, then paused. "And Laura, bring those papers from your father's study, the ones you think nobody knows about." Laura's face drained of what little color remained. She grabbed Ricky's arm and practically dragged him away, leaving me standing in the rain with more questions than answers. Stephen handed me a business card. "Call me if you need anything clarified, about the will or other matters." As I watched him walk away, Rose's words echoed in my mind. Some secrets have waited long enough. I looked down at Dad's grave, fresh dirt already turning to mud. "What didn't you tell me?" I whispered to the headstone. "What didn't any of you tell me?" The rain was my only answer, but somehow I knew. In 2 hours, everything I thought I knew about my family was going to change. And judging by Laura's reaction, not everyone was ready for the truth to come out. I turned away from the grave, my shoes sinking slightly in the wet grass. Whatever came next, one thing was certain. I wasn't the only one who'd been keeping secrets. I found Laura in the parking lot of Rose's Victorian house, gripping her steering wheel but making no move to get out. Through the rain-streaked windshield, our eyes met. She looked away first. Ricky wasn't with her. Interesting. I knocked on her window. She jumped, then reluctantly rolled it down. "Before we go in there," I said, "we need to talk." "About what? How you'll swoop in and try to fix everything with your money again?" I pulled an envelope from my coat. "Actually, yes. I know about the debt, Laura." Her face went from angry to terrified in an instant. "What are you talking about?" "The company's not doing well. Hasn't been for a while." I leaned closer, lowering my voice. "I can help. No strings attached." She threw the car door open, nearly knocking me over. "You had no right to look into the company's finances." "I didn't have to look far. The rumors are all over town. Small businesses talk, Laura, and they're saying Dixon Manufacturing is months away from bankruptcy." "Shut up!" She glanced nervously at Rose's house. "You don't know anything." "I know enough." I held out the envelope. "There's a check inside, enough to cover the immediate debts and keep things running while you restructure." Laura stared at the envelope like it might bite her. "I don't want your charity." "It's not charity, it's family." "Family?" She laughed bitterly. "Where was family when Dad needed you? When I needed you?" "I'm here now." "Yeah, with your checkbook open. Must be nice being able to throw money around while the rest of us struggle." I dropped my hand, envelope still clutched tight. "You know what? I worked hard for this money. Every sculpture, every gallery showing, every commission. I earned it. Just because it's not the future Dad planned doesn't make it less valid." "At least he had a plan for you." Laura's voice cracked. "All I got was support your sister's dreams and keep the family legacy alive. Do you know what that legacy's worth now? Nothing." A light flicked on in Rose's front window. Laura fell silent, wrapping her arms around herself. "Take the money," I said softly. "Not for me, not for you, for Dad's employees. They don't deserve to lose everything because we can't get past our issues." Laura's hand trembled as she reached for the envelope. Just as her fingers brushed it, Rose's front door opened. "Girls!" Rose called out. "Stop skulking in the rain and come inside." Laura snatched her hand back like she'd been burned. "This conversation isn't over." "No," I agreed. "It's just beginning." Inside, Rose's house smelled of Earl Grey tea and old books. She led us to her study, where 3 cups waited on her antique desk. Next to them sat a worn leather folder I recognized from Dad's office. "Sit," Rose commanded, taking her place behind the desk. Laura perched on the edge of her chair, clutching her purse. "Where's Stephen?" "He'll be here soon." Rose fixed her gaze on Laura. "Did you bring the papers?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Rose's eyes narrowed. "Don't lie to me, child. Not today." The silence stretched until Laura finally reached into her purse and pulled out a manila envelope. She placed it on the desk like it was made of glass. "Before Stephen arrives," Rose said, opening the leather folder, "there's something you both need to see." She removed a photograph, yellowed with age. "Your mother took this the day before she died." I leaned forward. The photo showed Dad in his office, but he wasn't alone. Laura stood beside him, holding what looked like legal documents. They were both smiling, but something about their expressions made my skin crawl. "What is this?" I asked. "The beginning," Rose replied. "The day Laura agreed to help your father rewrite his will, the first time." Laura shot to her feet. "Don't!" "6 months before he died," Rose continued, "he changed it again, without telling you." "I said don't!" Laura's voice rose to a shout. "Why?" I looked between them. "What's in the will?" A knock at the door made us all jump. Rose stood slowly. "That'll be Stephen," she said. "And Laura, those papers you brought? They're forgeries. Your father told me everything before he died." Laura swayed on her feet, face ashen. "I need to leave." "No," Rose's voice was steel. "You need to stay and face what you've done. Both of you do." As Rose went to let Stephen in, I stared at the photograph, at those smiling faces hiding God knows what secrets. Laura sank back into her chair, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry." I wasn't sure if she was talking to me, to Rose, or to the ghosts of our parents. but I had a feeling I was about to find out exactly what she was sorry for. Stephen laid out the documents on Rose's desk with methodical precision. Outside, thunder rolled across the sky, making the windows rattle. The original will, he said, pointing to the first document, left everything split equally between Alice and Laura. He glanced at Laura, who wouldn't meet his eyes. This version was signed 3 years ago. And the new one? I asked. He pulled out another document. Signed 2 weeks before your father's death. It's significantly different. Laura's hands were shaking so badly she spilled her tea. Rose quietly handed her a napkin. Your father discovered some concerning transactions, Stephen continued, money being moved from company accounts to private ones. At first, he assumed it was embezzlement by an employee. Stop, Laura whispered. But it wasn't an employee, was it? Rose's voice was gentle but firm. Show them the transfers, Stephen. He produced a stack of bank statements. My stomach lurched as I saw the numbers, hundreds of thousands of dollars, methodically drained from the company over 2 years. Laura? I could barely get her name out. What did you do? What I had to, she burst out. The company was failing. Dad wouldn't listen. He kept insisting everything was fine, that his way of doing things still worked, but it didn't. So you stole from him? The words tasted bitter. I borrowed. I was going to pay it back. I just needed to modernize the factory, update our systems. Dad was stuck in the 1980s, and we were losing contracts left and right. Stephen cleared his throat. According to these records, only about 20% of the money went to company improvements. Laura seemed to shrink in her chair. The rest? There were other debts. Gambling, Rose said quietly. Just like your mother. My head snapped up. What? Why do you think she was driving so fast that night? Rose's eyes were full of old pain. She'd lost big. Was rushing to the casino to try to win it back. Your father covered it up, told everyone it was just an accident. And you, I turned to Laura, fury rising in my throat. You knew about this. All these years, you let me think. I let you think what Dad wanted you to think, Laura shot back. He protected Mom's memory, protected all of us. I was just trying to protect him too. By stealing his money? By saving his company, and I would have if he hadn't. She trailed off, looking at the new will. Stephen picked up the document. When your father discovered the truth, he made changes. The company goes to Alice. The room went silent except for Laura's sharp intake of breath. All of it, Stephen continued, along with the house and majority of his assets. Laura receives a small trust to be managed by an independent trustee. He cut me out, Laura's voice was hollow, after everything I sacrificed. Sacrificed? I stood up so fast my chair toppled backward. You stole from him. And all those times you accused me of abandoning the family, of not being there. You were just covering your own guilt. I was there, every single day, watching his health decline, watching our legacy crumble. While you gambled it away, I was shouting now. Did Ricky know? Is that why he's not here? Laura's face crumpled. I told him this morning. He left. Rose pulled another envelope from the folder. There's more. How can there possibly be more? I asked. The letter your father wrote to Alice, Rose said. The one Laura intercepted 3 years ago. Laura went completely still. You knew about that? I knew everything, child. I was your father's confidant long before I was your aunt. My hands were trembling as I took the envelope. The letter inside was dated just before I'd opened my first gallery show, the show I'd begged my family to attend. He was proud of you, Rose said softly. He wanted to tell you in person, but Laura convinced him you'd rejected the family, that you didn't want contact. The words on the page blurred through my tears. Dad's handwriting, telling me he was sorry, that he understood now, that he wanted to see my work, to be part of my life again. I never got this letter, I said, looking at Laura. You made sure of that. I was angry, she whispered. You got to leave, to follow your dreams. I was trapped here trying to fix everything. When Dad started talking about reconciling, about maybe even investing in your gallery, I couldn't stand it. So you isolated him, fed him lies about me not wanting to visit, all while stealing from him. Thunder crashed again, closer this time. Laura buried her face in her hands. The company is yours now, she said, voice muffled. You won. Are you happy? I looked at the letter again, at the love and regret in every word. Then at the bank statements showing my sister's betrayal. Finally, at Rose, who watched us with centuries of family secrets in her eyes. No, I said. I'm not happy, but I'm not finished either. Not by a long shot. The rain beat against the windows like it was trying to get in, to wash away all our sins. But some stains, I was learning, run too deep for rain. The factory floor was eerily quiet as I walked through it the next morning. Dust-covered machinery stood like sleeping giants, and the few workers present watched me with wary eyes. They knew who I was, the prodigal daughter, returned to claim her inheritance. I found Laura in Dad's old office, frantically shoving papers into a box. Planning to destroy more evidence? I asked from the doorway. She jumped, nearly dropping the box. I'm collecting my personal items. Like bank statements? Forged documents? You got what you wanted, she snapped. The company's yours. Just let me leave with some dignity. I stepped into the office, closing the door behind me. Sit down, Laura. We need to talk about the real numbers. What do you mean? I spent all night going through the books. The money you took, it's not even close to what's missing. She sank into Dad's chair, and for a moment she looked so much like him it hurt. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't. I slapped a folder onto the desk. The casino debts were just the beginning, weren't they? There's more. A lot more. Laura's face crumpled. You don't understand. Then help me understand. Because right now I'm looking at a company that's not just failing, it's being bled dry. And somehow the bleeding got worse after Dad got sick. I had to protect him, Laura's voice cracked. He was so weak, in and out of hospitals. If he'd known how bad things really were. So you lied, covered it up, took more money to hide the money you'd already taken. She nodded, tears streaming down her face. It spiraled. Every time I thought I could fix it, something else would go wrong. The suppliers raised their prices. The equipment kept breaking down, and the gambling. I couldn't stop. Like Mom couldn't stop. I didn't mean to become her. Laura wiped her eyes. I just wanted to be the good daughter, the one who stayed, the one who kept everything together. I pulled up a chair and sat across from her. Show me everything. No more lies. For the next hour, Laura laid it all out. The hidden accounts, the maxed-out credit cards in the company's name, the loans from people who didn't show up in any official records. $2 million, I finally said. You're in debt for $2 million. Some of it's to people you don't want to keep waiting. Her hands were shaking as she pulled out another folder. They've been calling, sending messages. I opened the folder and felt my blood run cold. Photos of Laura's house, of her car, of her walking to work. Have they threatened you? She nodded. They gave me until the end of the month. That's why I was so angry at the funeral. I thought maybe Dad's insurance would cover it, but then the will. Jesus, Laura, why didn't you tell me sooner? Tell you what? That I'm not just a thief, I'm a failure? That I gambled away our father's legacy and got in bed with loan sharks? She laughed bitterly. You were the smart one. You got out. I stayed and destroyed everything. I stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the factory floor. Dad's employees, my employees now, going about their work, unaware their jobs were hanging by a thread. That check I offered you yesterday, I said. It wouldn't have been enough, would it? Not even close. I turned back to her. If I help you, really help you, things have to change. No more lies, no more gambling, and you get help, real help, professional help. Hope flickered across her face, quickly replaced by suspicion. Why would you do that, after everything I did to you? Because you're my sister, and because Dad loved this place. These people don't deserve to lose their jobs because of our family's demons. I don't deserve your help. No, I agreed. But those workers out there, they deserve a chance. And maybe we both deserve a chance to do better than our parents did. Laura looked down at her hands. Ricky left, said he couldn't trust me anymore. Can you blame him? No, I'm alone now. Really alone. I walked back to the desk and picked up the threatening photos. No, you're not. But Laura, this is your last chance. One more lie, one more betrayal, and I'm done. Understand? She nodded slowly. What are you going to do? First, we're going to call these loan sharks. Then we're calling an addiction specialist. And then... I looked around Dad's office at the decades of history built into its walls. Then we're going to save this company. Together. Why? Laura whispered. Why would you trust me again? I thought about Dad's letter, about his regret over letting pride and stubbornness tear our family apart. Because sometimes, I said, the only way past broken trust is to risk being broken again. Thunder rumbled outside, an echo of yesterday's storm. But this time it felt less like an omen and more like applause. The addiction counselor's office was painted a soft blue that was probably meant to be calming. It wasn't working. Laura sat beside me, fidgeting with her sleeve, while a man named Marcus reviewed her file. Daily gambling for the past 3 years, he said, looking up. Started with cards, escalated to sports betting. Laura nodded. I thought I could control it. System betting, you know. It seemed so logical. That's what makes gambling addiction so insidious, Marcus said. The illusion of control. He turned to me. And you're committed to supporting her recovery? Yes, I said. But there's something else you should know. Laura's head snapped up. Alice, don't... She's being threatened by loan sharks. I pulled out my phone, showing him the photos. We need more than just addiction counseling. We need protection. Marcus's expression darkened. This is beyond my scope. You need law enforcement. No police, Laura said quickly. These people, they're dangerous. More dangerous than letting them threaten you? I asked. Before she could answer, my phone buzzed. A text from Rose. Come to my house. Now. Bring Laura. Found something in your father's study. We have to go, I told Marcus, standing up. But we'll be back tomorrow. He handed Laura a card. 24-hour helpline. Use it if you feel the urge. Outside, Laura grabbed my arm. You can't tell anyone else about the threats. Why not? What aren't you telling me? Her face went pale. They know things about Dad's company, things that could hurt people. What things? Please, Alice, just trust me on this. I yanked my arm away. Trust you? After everything? Fine. She looked around the parking lot nervously. Dad, he wasn't always careful about safety regulations. To save money, there were accidents. What kind of accidents? The kind that got covered up. With money. Lots of money. My stomach lurched. That's what some of the missing funds were for? Hush money? She nodded. If this gets out, the company's finished, and people could go to jail. Dad's dead. He can't go to jail. No, but the board members who knew? The managers who helped cover it up? She laughed bitterly. Some of them still work there. I leaned against my car, feeling sick. So the loan sharks know about this? They know enough to make it a problem. That's why I couldn't go to the police. That's why I kept borrowing more. My phone buzzed again. Rose. Hurry, important. Get in, I told Laura. We're not done with this conversation, but Rose is waiting. The drive to Rose's house was tense. When we arrived, we found her in the study with a large metal box open on her desk. Look what I found behind your father's bookshelf, she said without preamble. Inside the box were stacks of papers, photos, and USB drives. Rose held up one photo. It showed Dad shaking hands with a man in an expensive suit. That's Michael, Laura whispered. The main loan shark. This goes deeper than gambling debts, Rose said. Your father was involved with these people for years. Look at the dates. The photo was from 15 years ago. I picked up another, Dad with the same man, plus others, at what looked like a private club. They own half the casinos in the state, Laura said, but that's just their legal business. Rose pulled out a manila envelope. Your father kept records of everything. The accidents, the payoffs, the connections to organized crime. Insurance, he called it. Insurance against what? I asked. Against them, Laura said. He knew too much, so they couldn't touch him, but when he got sick... She trailed off. They saw an opportunity, I finished, and you walked right into it. Rose spread more documents across her desk. They've been waiting years to get control of the factory, its location, its connections. It's perfect for their needs. What needs? Laura looked like she might throw up. Money laundering, drug distribution. The factory's right on the state line, perfect for... A crash from downstairs cut her off. Rose moved faster than I'd ever seen her, slamming the metal box shut and shoving it into my hands. "Back door," she hissed. "Now!" Heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs. Laura grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the hall. Behind us, Rose's calm voice carried, "Can I help you, gentlemen?" A man's voice responded, "Where are they, old woman?" We ran, through the kitchen, out the back door, across Rose's garden. A shout followed us. "There!" "My car!" I gasped, but Laura yanked me the other way. "They'll expect that! Through the alley!" We ran until our lungs burned, finally stopping in a small park several blocks away. In the distance, sirens wailed. "Rose," I panted, "we have to—" "She'll be fine," Laura said. "She's tougher than anyone knows, but we need to get somewhere safe, now." I looked down at the metal box in my hands, then at my sister's terrified face. "I know a place," I said. "But first, tell me everything. No more secrets." Laura nodded, still catching her breath. "Everything, I promise. But Alice, after this, there's no going back." The sirens grew closer. Whatever came next, one thing was clear. Dad's insurance policy had just become our problem. My studio loft downtown wasn't much, but its security system was top-notch, a necessity when you store valuable sculptures. Laura paced while I locked up and drew the blinds. "Rose just texted," I said. "She's fine. Says the police came before anything happened." "They won't hurt her," Laura said. "They want these." She gestured at the box we'd set on my work table. "And they want us to know. They want them." I opened the box and started spreading documents across the table. "Tell me about Michael." "He approached me 6 months ago. Said he knew about my gambling debts, offered to help." She laughed bitterly. "Said Dad would have wanted him to look out for me." "And you believed him?" "I believed I was desperate." She picked up one of the photos. What I didn't know was how long they'd been waiting, planning. My phone rang. "Stephen." I put it on speaker. "Are you both safe?" he asked without preamble. "Yes," I said. "What's happening?" "The police are at Rose's, but these men, they're well connected. This goes way beyond local law enforcement." "We know," Laura said. "We found Dad's insurance box." Silence on the line. Then, "Open the blue folder, third from the left." I found it and pulled out a stack of papers. My hands started shaking as I read. "These are deeds," I said, "to properties all over the state, all owned by shell companies, but all connected to Michael's organization," Stephen finished. "Your father discovered their entire money laundering network, had proof of everything. That's why they wanted the factory," Laura whispered. "It wasn't just about location. They needed to silence him. And when he got sick," I said, "they thought their chance had come. But he changed the will, gave everything to me instead of Laura." "Because he knew I was compromised," Laura said quietly. "He was protecting the company, protecting his evidence." A sharp knock at my door made us both jump. Through the peephole, I saw Ricky. "What's he doing here?" I hissed at Laura. "I called him," Stephen said through the phone. "He needs to hear this too." I let Ricky in. He looked terrible, unshaven, eyes red. He wouldn't look at Laura. "Show him," Stephen said. I handed Ricky the deeds. His face went from confused to shocked to angry. "The construction contracts," he said. "All those new casinos being built? My company's been bidding on them." "Let me guess," Laura said. "Michael's people approached you?" He nodded. "Said they could guarantee we'd win the bids. All we had to do was adjust some numbers, help move some money around." "Did you agree?" I asked. "No. But now I understand why they were so interested, and why they wouldn't take no for an answer." Laura made a small, broken sound. They were using me to get to everyone. The factory, Ricky's company. We need to take this to the FBI, Stephen said. No, Laura and Ricky said simultaneously. They'll kill us, Laura added. They'll kill you anyway, Stephen countered, unless you give them what they want. I looked at the evidence spread across my table. Dad's insurance policy, years of careful documentation, proof of crimes that could bring down an entire organization. What if, I said slowly, we give them exactly what they want? What do you mean? Laura asked. They want the factory, the perfect distribution point, the perfect cover, so let's give it to them. Alice, no, Stephen started, but I cut him off. Let me finish. We give them what they want, but we control how they get it, and who's watching when they take it. Understanding dawned on Ricky's face. A trap. We need time to copy everything, I said, to get it to the right people. Then we make them think they've won. Laura stepped closer to the table. They'll be watching us. Good. Let them watch. Let them think we're desperate, scrambling. I turned to Ricky. Will you help? He finally looked at Laura, really looked at her. This isn't just about the evidence anymore, is it? This is about making things right. She met his gaze. I can't undo what I did, but I can try to fix it. It's dangerous, Stephen warned through the phone. Everything's dangerous now, I said, but Dad spent years building this case. We're going to finish it. Another text from Rose appeared. Whatever you're planning, remember, your father played the long game. So should you. I looked at Laura, then Ricky, then the mountain of evidence between us. 3 days, I said. We need to make them think we're cracking, that we'll give them everything just to make this go away. And then? Laura asked. And then we show them what happens when you threaten our family? Ricky picked up one of the photos. Your father was a smart man. Yes, I said, thinking of the will, of how he'd orchestrated everything even from his deathbed. He really was. The question was, could we be smart enough to finish what he started? The factory parking lot was empty except for 3 black SUVs. Michael stepped out of the middle one, exactly as he appeared in Dad's old photos. Expensive suit, cold smile, dead eyes. Ladies, he said, spreading his arms like we were old friends. Shall we do this inside? Laura's hand trembled as she unlocked the front door. I carried Dad's metal box, making sure they saw it. Behind us, Michael's men followed silently. The factory floor was dark, machines silent. Our footsteps echoed as we headed to Dad's office. I must say, Michael said, I'm glad you finally came to your senses. This could have been messier. We just want this over, I said, setting the box on Dad's desk. He smiled. Of course you do. Family businesses can be such a burden. He turned to Laura. Isn't that right? She wouldn't meet his eyes. Just take it and go. Oh, I'll take it. Along with the factory, of course. The paperwork is ready, just needs your signatures. One of his men placed a document folder on the desk. I opened it, pretending to read. You understand, Michael continued. We'll need the digital copies, too. All of them. There's a USB drive in the box, I said. Everything's on it. He nodded to another man, who stepped forward to open the box. The moment his hands touched it, the factory's emergency lights flashed on. Bright, blinding. FBI, hands where we can see them. Agents poured in from every entrance. Michael's smile vanished as he reached inside his jacket. I wouldn't, said a familiar voice. Stephen stepped out from behind a machine, badge displayed. 15 years undercover, watching you, waiting. Did you really think this would be so easy? Michael's eyes darted between us. You little... Choose your next words carefully, Stephen cut in. They're being recorded. Laura grabbed my arm as agents surrounded us, weapons drawn. Michael's men raised their hands, but he stood still, that cold smile returning. You think this ends here? He asked. You think your father's little insurance policy will protect you? No, I said, but the last 3 days of recorded conversations will. His smile faltered. What? Every meeting, Laura said quietly. Every threat, every detail about your operation. We got it all. Impossible. We checked. The sculptures, I interrupted, in my studio. Each one hollow, each one containing a recording device. Art's funny that way. Nobody looks twice at it. Stephen stepped closer. Your organization's finished, Michael. We have everything. The money laundering, the drug routes, the bribes, all of it. And the best part? I added. Dad's box? It's empty. Has been for years. You were so focused on finding his evidence, you missed ours. The rage that crossed his face made Laura step back, but I held my ground. You threatened my family, I said. Tried to steal our legacy, used my sister's addiction against her. Did you really think we'd just give up? Cuff them, Stephen ordered. As agents moved in, Michael locked eyes with me. Your father was right about one thing, he said. You are the smart one. But smart people should know. There's always someone bigger, someone higher up. This isn't over. Yes, said another voice. It is. Rose walked onto the factory floor, accompanied by a distinguished-looking man in a suit. Director, Stephen said, straightening. Hello, Michael, the FBI director said. Remember me? We played golf last month at your casino, right before you tried to bribe me. Michael's face went ashen. Take them, the director ordered. As they led Michael and his men away, Laura collapsed against me, sobbing. It's okay, I whispered. It's done. Not quite, Rose said. She turned to Laura. There's still the matter of your actions, the theft, the gambling. I'll take responsibility, Laura said, wiping her eyes. I'll pay it back, get help, whatever it takes. You already have, Stephen said. Your cooperation these past 3 days. The directors agreed to immunity, provided you continue treatment and make restitution. The company will help with that, I added. We're family, remember? Ricky emerged from where he'd been hiding with the FBI tech team. The recordings are secure, all of them. Laura looked at him uncertainly. He crossed to her and took her hand. I'm proud of you, he said softly, for facing this, for helping make it right. I don't deserve... Let me decide what you deserve, he interrupted, starting with forgiveness. The factory's morning shift workers began arriving, stopping in confusion at the FBI vehicles outside. Back to work, I called out. Everything's fine. Rose touched my arm. Your father would be proud, both of you. I looked at Laura, who was still holding Ricky's hand, then at the empty box that had caused so much chaos. Dad's insurance policy wasn't in that box, I said. It was us, working together. That's what he was protecting all along. Outside, the sun was rising. Through the factory windows, its light caught the dust motes in the air, making them dance like golden stars, like hope made visible. The autumn wind scattered leaves across Dad's headstone as I placed fresh flowers beside it. Laura knelt next to me, adding her own bouquet. The factory hit record production numbers this week, she said, brushing dirt from the granite. That modernization program you approved is really working. Our program, I corrected. You're still the one who knows manufacturing. I just provide the sculptures for the lobby. She smiled, a real smile, not the haunted one I'd seen so often before. Speaking of which, that new piece you're working on, the one with the empty box? Yeah, I think Dad would have appreciated the irony. A car pulled up nearby. Rose stepped out, followed by Ricky carrying a picnic basket. Thought we might have lunch, Rose called out. Share some news. We spread a blanket on the grass beside Dad's grave. Rose poured coffee from a thermos while Ricky distributed sandwiches. The last of Michael's associates took a plea deal this morning, he said. Stephen called to let us know. Laura squeezed his hand. So it's really over? The criminal part, yes. Rose sipped her coffee. The healing part, that's ongoing. 6 months sober, Laura said quietly. My counselor says I'm making good progress. You are, I agreed. The company books prove it. She pulled an envelope from her jacket. Which is why I wanted to show you this. I've been working with the accountant, setting aside part of my salary. It's not much, but it's a start on paying back what I took. I pushed the envelope back toward her. Keep it. Put it toward the wedding. Her eyes widened. How did you... Ricky grinned. I may have asked your sister's permission first. Wanted to do things right this time. You knew? Laura turned to me. And you didn't say anything? Some secrets, I said, are the good kind. Rose raised her coffee cup. To new beginnings. And old wisdom, I added, touching my cup to hers. Dad taught us more than we realized. He did, Laura agreed. About family, about trust. She paused. About forgiveness. I reached into my bag and pulled out a small package. Which reminds me, I found this in his desk last week. Laura unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a worn leather wallet. Mom's wallet, she whispered. From the accident. Look inside. She opened it with trembling fingers. There, behind the driver's license, was a crumpled betting slip, a winning ticket never cashed. She was coming home, I said softly. Not going to the casino. She'd won, and she was coming home to tell Dad she was done gambling. Rose found the letter explaining everything in Dad's papers. Laura traced the ticket with her finger. Why didn't he tell us? Because, Rose said, he wanted you to find your own way back, both of you, in your own time. The wind picked up, sending more leaves dancing across the cemetery. One landed on Dad's headstone, bright red like a splash of paint on canvas. The factory's annual charity gala is next month, I said. I was thinking we could auction off some of my pieces, use the money to start a gambling addiction support program. In Mom's name, Laura added, and Dad's. Perfect. Ricky wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Though we might want to wait until after the honeymoon. About that, Rose interjected, I have something for you both. She handed each of us an envelope. Inside mine was a key. Laura held up an identical one. To the lake house, Rose explained. Your parents' favorite place. I think it's time it belonged to their daughters. Together? Laura asked, looking at me. Together, I confirmed. Though maybe we can update that awful 70s decor? She laughed, a full, free sound that echoed across the cemetery. Only if you let me handle the kitchen renovation. Your artistic taste doesn't extend to appliances. Deal. We finished our lunch as the sun broke through the clouds, casting long shadows across Dad's grave. Before leaving, I touched the headstone one last time. We're okay, Dad, I whispered. All of us. Laura linked her arm through mine as we walked back to our cars. You know what I just realized? This is the first time we've all been here together when nobody was lying about anything. Truth looks good on us, I said. Yes, Rose called from behind us. It does. At the parking lot, Laura hugged me tight. Thank you, she said, for not giving up on me. That's what big sisters are for, I hugged her back. Even when they're being stubborn artists who run away to New York. Even then, she agreed. We drove away separately, but headed to the same place. The factory, our legacy, our future. Not perfect, but ours. Together. The truth, it turns out, was Dad's final gift to us. Not the empty box, not the evidence, but the chance to find our way back to each other. To find our way home.
The doorbell chimed 3 times in rapid succession, followed by aggressive knocking that made my coffee mug rattle. I already knew who it was. Only one person had that particular way of announcing their presence, like they were declaring war on my front door. Coming? I called out, quickly smoothing down my shirt. My name is Danielle, and I was about to face my own personal nightmare, my mother-in-law, Sabrina. When I opened the door, there she stood in all her glory, perfectly coiffed hair and designer outfit, with not one but 3 massive suitcases beside her. Danielle, dear, she said, air-kissing both my cheeks. You look tired. Are you getting enough sleep? That's not helping your situation, you know. Before I could respond, she was already directing the poor Uber driver to bring her luggage inside. My stomach dropped at the sight of those bags. This wasn't a casual visit. Sabrina, we weren't expecting you, I managed to say, watching helplessly as her belongings invaded my carefully organized foyer. Corbin didn't mention you were coming. Oh, that's because I didn't tell him, she replied breezily, already making her way to our guest room like she owned the place. I decided it was time for an intervention. 2 years of marriage and still no grandchildren? Something needs to be done. I followed her upstairs, my hands clenching and unclenching. We've talked about this, Corbin and I have been trying. She cut in, making air quotes. Yes, yes, but clearly you need help. That's why I'm here. I've brought some special herbs from my naturopath, and I've scheduled appointments with the best fertility specialist in the city. I stood in the doorway, watching her unpack like she was settling in for a month-long siege. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A message from Lucille. Coffee in 20? Need to tell you something. I have plans, I said, already backing away. With a friend. Sabrina looked up from her suitcase, her eyes narrowing. More important than family planning? It's work-related, I lied. Very urgent. I'll be back in a couple of hours. I practically ran down the stairs, grabbing my keys and purse. As I started the car, I could see Sabrina watching from the guest room window, probably already planning ways to fix my apparently broken body. The coffee shop was my sanctuary, and Lucille was already there with 2 steaming mugs waiting. One look at my face and she knew. Spill it, she said, sliding my vanilla latte closer. She's here, with luggage, 3 suitcases worth of luggage, I groaned, collapsing into the chair. And she's brought herbs, Lucille. Oh God, Lucille winced. The fertility crusade continues? She doesn't know when to stop, I said, lowering my voice. And we can't tell her about the adoption plans yet. It would break her traditional little heart, and probably Corbin's chances of ever having peace again. Speaking of the adoption, Lucille leaned forward. That's actually why I wanted to meet. I just heard from my contact at the agency. There's a little girl, 8 years old. Her name is Leah. My heart skipped a beat. Tell me everything. She's amazing, Danny. Smart, funny, been through some tough times, but still has the biggest heart. They think you and Corbin would be perfect for her. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. This was what we'd been waiting for, planning for in secret, and now Sabrina was camping out in our house, probably burning sage and mixing fertility potions. My phone buzzed again, Corbin this time. Mom just called. Why didn't you tell me she was coming? Because I didn't know, I typed back furiously. Your mother has staged a fertility intervention. Help. On my way home, he replied. Try not to kill her before I get there? I looked at Lucille, who was watching me with sympathy. I have to go back, don't I? Unless you want to move in with me, she offered with a small smile, though I suspect she'd find you there too. Standing up, I squared my shoulders. If she only knew that while she's trying to fix me, we're about to make her a grandmother in a way she never expected. Just hold on to that thought, Lucille said, giving my hand a squeeze. It'll make all her meddling easier to bear. As I drove home, I could see Sabrina through the living room window, rearranging my furniture according to what I assumed were her feng shui principles. This was going to be a long week, or however long those 3 suitcases were planning to stay. Little did she know I had a secret weapon, the knowledge that somewhere out there, a little girl named Leah was waiting to make our family complete, in a way no amount of herbs or fertility treatments ever could. Quick, she's in the shower, I whispered urgently to Corbin, tugging him toward the basement door. The adoption paperwork wasn't going to review itself, and these stolen moments were all we had now. The basement lights flickered on, revealing our makeshift office, a card table covered with documents, photos, and dreams of our future family. 3 days into Sabrina's surprise stay, and we'd gotten pretty good at this cloak and dagger routine. Leah's caseworker sent over the final forms, Corbin said, pulling papers from his briefcase. We need to sign these tonight. The sound of running water upstairs was our timer. I grabbed a pen, scanning the documents as quickly as possible while still being thorough. This was too important to rush. "Did you see what Mom did to the kitchen?" Corbin asked, his voice tight. "She's hung dried herbs everywhere. Says they promote fertility." "Oh, I saw, and smelled, and sneezed," I replied, initialing another page. "Don't forget the fertility goddess statue she placed in our bedroom." "I'm sorry about all this," he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I should talk to her." The water stopped. We froze, looking at each other in panic. "Danielle! Corbin?" Sabrina's voice called from upstairs. "Where are you two?" We scrambled to gather the papers. Corbin shoved them back into his briefcase just as footsteps approached the basement door. The handle jiggled. "Why is this door locked?" Sabrina's voice was sharp with suspicion. "Just organizing some old boxes," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. "Lots of dust down here. You wouldn't want to ruin your outfit." "Nonsense, I can help. Open the door." Corbin gave me a desperate look. I pointed to the storage boxes we'd actually been meaning to organize. He nodded, quickly pulling them out while I ran up the stairs. Opening the door, I came face to face with Sabrina, her hair wrapped in a towel and wearing what looked like a very expensive silk robe. "See? Just boxes," I gestured behind me. "Corbin's trying to find his old baseball cards." She peered past me, eyes narrowing. "In the dark?" I flicked on the stairwell light, mentally kicking myself for not noticing we'd turned everything off in our panic. "Found them," Corbin called up, waving a dusty shoebox. "My husband, the quick thinker." "Well, since you're both free now," Sabrina said, clapping her hands together, "I've organized a little gathering for tonight. Just a few close friends who specialize in alternative medicine and fertility treatments." My stomach dropped. "Tonight? But we have—" "Nothing that can't be rescheduled," she interrupted. "This is about family, Danielle. Our family's future." I felt my phone vibrate. Probably Freddie, my brother, checking if I was still sane. I'd been texting him hourly updates about Operation Survive Sabrina. "I'll start preparing the house," Sabrina continued, already walking away. "We'll need to rearrange the living room for the healing circle." The moment she was out of earshot, Corbin emerged from the basement, briefcase clutched to his chest like a shield. "Healing circle? Your mother is trying to sage me into pregnancy," I whispered back. "We need backup. I'm calling Freddie." 10 minutes later, I was hiding in the pantry with my phone. "Fred, I'm dying here. She's invited her whole fertility cult over." "Want me to create a diversion?" my brother offered. "I could fake an emergency." "No, I need you here. Come to the gathering. Bring wine. Lots of wine." "You're not supposed to drink while trying to conceive," he said in a perfect imitation of Sabrina's voice. "Freddie." "Kidding. I'll be there. Want me to accidentally spill something on her healing crystals?" Despite everything, I laughed. "Just hurry." Emerging from the pantry, I found Sabrina had already transformed our living room into something between a new age shop and a fertility temple. Crystals everywhere, candles burning, and was that incense? "The energy in here was all wrong," she explained, seeing my expression. "No wonder you're having troubles. But don't worry. By the end of tonight, we'll have your chakras aligned and your womb ready for my grandchild." I caught Corbin's eye across the room. He was standing by the basement door, one hand protectively on his briefcase, looking like he wanted to disappear into the floor. I couldn't blame him. If only Sabrina knew that while she was preparing to cleanse my chakras, we were preparing to welcome an 8-year-old girl into our lives. A little girl who needed a family far more than Sabrina needed a biological grandchild. The doorbell rang, the first of Sabrina's fertility experts arriving. I took a deep breath, remembering Leah's photo tucked safely away in the basement. We just had to get through this night. And maybe, just maybe, Freddie would actually spill that wine on something important. Sunday brunch was Sabrina's latest battlefield strategy. She'd invited the entire family, including her sister and niece, Leah, the same name as our potential adoptive daughter, which felt like the universe playing some cosmic joke. "More mimosa?" Freddie whispered, appearing at my elbow with the bottle. He'd been my saving grace through this whole ordeal, keeping my glass full and my sanity intact. "Please," I muttered, watching Sabrina arrange place settings with military precision, though I probably shouldn't. According to last night's fertility priestess, alcohol is poison to my baby-making chances. "Speaking of chances," Sabrina announced loudly, making everyone at the table jump. "I have a wonderful suggestion for Corbin and Danielle." My fork clattered against the plate. Corbin reached for my hand under the table. "As you all know, my dear niece Leah needs a stable home environment," Sabrina continued, gesturing to the quiet 8-year-old sitting at the far end of the table. "And since Danielle and Corbin are struggling, perhaps fostering Leah would be the perfect solution." The silence that followed was deafening. I stared at the young girl, who looked up from her pancakes with wide eyes. This Leah had the same dark curls as our Leah, the same uncertain smile. "Mom," Corbin started, but Sabrina steamrolled over him. "It makes perfect sense. You can practice being parents, and Leah gets a loving home. Who knows, maybe the act of nurturing will jumpstart your fertility." "Sabrina," her sister Jane interrupted, "we haven't discussed this." "Excuse me," I said, pushing back from the table. The room was spinning slightly. "I need some air." I fled to the back porch, gripping the railing until my knuckles turned white. The door opened behind me, and small footsteps approached. "Are you okay?" a tiny voice asked. I turned to find Leah, Sabrina's Leah, standing there, holding a napkin-wrapped pancake. "I brought you breakfast," she said, offering it to me. "You didn't finish yours." "Thank you," I managed, taking the slightly sticky package. "That's very thoughtful of you." She leaned against the railing beside me, kicking her feet against the deck. "Aunt Sabrina talks a lot about babies." I couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, she certainly does." "I don't want to be your practice baby," she said suddenly, looking up at me with serious eyes. "That's what she meant, right? Using me to practice?" My heart cracked a little. "No one should ever be used as practice," I said firmly. "You deserve a family who wants you for you, not as a test run." The door opened again, and Corbin stepped out. "Everything okay out here?" "We're having a pancake party," I said, holding up my napkin. "Want to join?" He sat down on the steps, and Leah surprised us both by plopping down next to him. "Your mom is intense," she informed him matter-of-factly. Corbin choked on a laugh. "Yeah, she really is." Inside, we could hear Sabrina and Jane arguing in heated whispers. Freddie's voice occasionally cut through, probably trying to mediate. "Do you want kids?" Leah asked suddenly, looking between us. "For real, not practice ones?" Corbin and I exchanged glances. "Yes," I said softly, "we really do." She nodded sagely. "You'd be good at it. You didn't talk to me like I'm stupid. Most grown-ups do that." Before we could respond, Sabrina burst onto the porch. "There you all are. We're discussing important family matters, and you're out here eating cold pancakes?" "We're bonding," Leah announced, standing up. "And they don't want to practice on me. They want real kids." Sabrina's face went through several interesting expressions before settling on something between confusion and frustration. "Well, of course they want real. I mean, you are real. I just thought—" "I think we're done here," Jane said firmly, appearing behind her sister. "Leah, honey, get your jacket. We're going home." As they left, Leah turned back to give us a small wave. I waved back, fighting tears. Well, Sabrina huffed once they'd gone. That could have gone better, but don't worry, I have other ideas. Mom, Corbin cut in, his voice stronger than I'd heard it in days. Enough, please, she blinked at him, startled. I'm only trying to help. By ambushing us? By trying to use a child as some kind of fertility experiment? I couldn't keep the anger from my voice anymore. That's not help, Sabrina. That's control. She drew herself up, nostrils flaring. Well, if you had a better plan for giving me grandchildren, maybe we do, I snapped, then immediately bit my tongue. Corbin's hand found mine again, squeezing hard. Sabrina's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? But I was already turning away, pulling Corbin with me. We had a different Leah waiting for us, one who wouldn't be anyone's practice run. And suddenly, keeping that secret felt more like a burden than a shield. The children's home was quieter than I expected, filled with afternoon sunlight and crayon drawings on the walls. Our Leah sat cross-legged on a beanbag chair, a book open in her lap, dark curls falling over her face, just like in her photo. She loves to read, Ms. Martinez, the social worker, whispered, especially adventure stories. I watched as Leah turned a page, completely absorbed in her world of words. When she finally looked up and saw us, her whole face lit up with recognition from our previous visits. You came back! She jumped up, the book tumbling forgotten to the floor. We promised we would, I said, kneeling down to her level. What are you reading today? Harry Potter. I'm at the part where... She launched into an elaborate explanation of Hogwarts houses and magical creatures, her hands moving animatedly as she spoke. Corbin sat down on the floor, and Leah immediately included him in her story, asking which house he thought he'd be in. I watched them interact, my heart so full it hurt. Would you like to go to the park? I asked when she finally paused for breath. Ms. Martinez said we could take you out for ice cream, too. Really? Her eyes widened. Can I get 2 scoops? 3 if you want, Corbin said, earning himself a high five. The playground was almost empty when we arrived. Leah made a beeline for the swings, calling over her shoulder, Push me, both of you. We spent the next hour watching her conquer every piece of equipment, her laughter echoing across the park. When she finally slowed down, we walked to the ice cream shop, where she carefully selected chocolate, strawberry, and mint chip. 1 for each scoop. You have ice cream on your nose, I laughed, reaching out with a napkin. She scrunched up her face but let me wipe it off. My friend Maria says you're going to be my new mom and dad, she said suddenly, looking between us. Is that true? I felt Corbin tense beside me. We'd been working toward this moment, but it still caught us off guard. We'd like to be, I said carefully, if that's something you'd want to. She stirred her melting ice cream thoughtfully. Would I have my own room? Absolutely, Corbin nodded. You could decorate it however you want. And could I bring my books? Every single one, I promised. She seemed to consider this deeply. What about your mom? She asked, looking at Corbin. The one who visits a lot? Maria says she heard the grown-ups talking about her. My stomach clenched. Of course, word about Sabrina's frequent visits to check on the adoption process had gotten around. She doesn't know about you yet, Corbin admitted. We're waiting for the right time to tell her. Is it because I'm not a baby? Leah's voice was small now, her ice cream forgotten. No, sweetheart. I reached across the table to take her hand. It's because you're so special that we want to make sure everything is perfect when we tell her. She's going to love you just as much as we do. Promise? Promise, Corbin and I said together. The rest of the afternoon passed too quickly. Back at the children's home, Leah hugged us both tightly before running inside to tell Maria about her 3-scoop ice cream adventure. We were halfway to the car when I heard Sabrina's voice. Well, well, what a surprise finding you here. She stood by her Mercedes, arms crossed, eyes sharp. My blood ran cold. Mom, what are you doing here? Corbin's voice cracked slightly. Following my instincts, she said, pushing away from her car. When you two kept sneaking off, I knew something was going on. But this, she gestured at the building behind us. This is what you've been hiding? Sabrina, we can explain. Explain what? That you're planning to adopt without even consulting me? That you're giving up on having a real family? She is real, I snapped, fury rising in my chest. Leah is more real and more precious than any of your fertility rituals or family planning schemes. Leah? Sabrina's eyes widened. You're not serious? That troubled little girl from brunch? Is this some kind of revenge because I suggested fostering her cousin? They're not even related, Corbin cut in. It's a different Leah, Mom, our Leah, and we're going to be her parents, whether you approve or not. Sabrina's face hardened. We'll see about that. I won't stand by and watch you make this mistake. There are other solutions, better solutions. No, I stepped forward, my voice steady despite my racing heart. There aren't, because Leah isn't a solution. She's our daughter, and if you can't accept that, then maybe it's time for you to go home. She stared at us for a long moment before getting into her car. As she drove away, I could see her on her phone, already making calls. She's going to try to stop this, Corbin said quietly. Let her try, I replied, thinking of Leah's smile, her ice cream-covered nose, her dreams of a room filled with books. Some things are worth fighting for. She's talking to divorce lawyers, Lucille said, sliding her phone across the cafe table to show me the text from her cousin who worked at a prestigious law firm. Apparently, she's looking into ways to prove you're destroying the family legacy or some nonsense. I stared at the message, my coffee growing cold. Can she even do that? We're both adults. She's trying to build a case that you've manipulated Corbin away from having real children. Lucille made air quotes with her fingers. It's ridiculous, but she's got money and connections. My phone buzzed. Another message from Sabrina. Having dinner at the house tonight, 7 p.m. sharp. We need to discuss the future of this family. She's not even staying at our house anymore, but she's still acting like she owns it. I groaned, showing Lucille the message. Then maybe it's time, Lucille said, leaning forward. Tell her everything, on your terms, before she digs up the information herself. Corbin's terrified it'll destroy his relationship with her forever. And what about your relationship with Leah? What about her future? The image of Leah's hopeful face flashed through my mind. We were supposed to visit her again tomorrow, but Sabrina's meddling was threatening everything. You're right, I said, standing up. I need to talk to Corbin. I found him in his office, staring at his computer screen without really seeing it. Mom's called 6 times today, he said without looking up. I know what we need to do, I said, perching on his desk. We need to tell her, tonight, everything. He finally met my eyes. She'll never forgive us. Maybe not, but Leah needs us to be brave for her. His phone rang again, Sabrina's face lighting up the screen. This time, he answered. Yes, Mom, we'll be there. No, just us. Because it's our house. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Fine, see you at 7. She's bringing reinforcements, he sighed after hanging up. Uncle Robert and Aunt Patricia. Perfect, I said, surprising him. Let's invite Freddie too, and Lucille. If she wants witnesses, we'll have our own. The next few hours were a blur of preparation. Freddie arrived early, helping me stress clean the house while simultaneously trying to calm me down. Remember when we were kids, he said, dusting the mantel. And you were terrified to tell Mom you'd broken her favorite vase? But when you finally did, it wasn't nearly as bad as you'd imagined? This is slightly bigger than a vase, Fred. Same principle, though. Rip off the Band-Aid. The doorbell rang at exactly 7. Sabrina swept in with her entourage, taking in the extra place settings with narrowed eyes. I thought I said family only, she said, spotting Lucille arranging wine glasses. They are family, I replied firmly. The kind we choose. Dinner was excruciating. Sabrina kept making pointed comments about bloodlines and family traditions, while Uncle Robert nodded sagely and Aunt Patricia clicked her tongue in disapproval. Finally, as dessert was served, Sabrina cleared her throat. I've been doing some research. So have we, Corbin interrupted, standing up. His hands were shaking, but his voice was steady. Mom, there's something you need to know. Sit down, dear. I'm not finished. No, Mom. For once, you're going to listen. He walked to his briefcase by the door and pulled out a folder. Danielle and I are adopting. We've been approved, and we've found our daughter. Her name is Leah. She's 8 years old, and she's amazing. The silence was absolute. Sabrina's face went from red to white to red again. This is what you've been hiding? She finally managed. This is why you've been sneaking around? We wanted to do this our way, I said, moving to stand beside Corbin. Without pressure, without judgment. Without family, you mean, she spat. Without considering what this would do to our legacy, our name. A name isn't a legacy, Freddie cut in. Love is, and they've got plenty of that. You don't understand, Sabrina turned to her siblings. They're making a horrible mistake. There are treatments, specialists. Show them the picture, Lucille said quietly. Corbin pulled out the photo of Leah at the park. Her face split in a huge grin as she sat between us on the swings. This is your granddaughter, Mom, if you'll have her. Aunt Patricia gasped softly. Uncle Robert leaned forward, adjusting his glasses. But Sabrina stood up, her chair scraping against the floor. I need time to think, she said stiffly. This is not what I wanted for you. It's not about what you want anymore, Corbin said, his voice breaking slightly. It's about what Leah needs, what we need. She gathered her purse and coat, ignoring her siblings' protests. At the door, she turned back one last time. You'll regret this decision, she said quietly. Mark my words. As the door closed behind her, I felt Corbin's hand find mine. Whatever came next, we'd face it together. For Leah. The kitchen timer chimed as I pulled another batch of cookies from the oven. Stress baking had taken over the house. Cookies, brownies, and a cake all lined the counters. Tonight's family dinner would either be a breakthrough or a breakdown, and I was preparing for both. Those smell amazing, Freddie said, snatching a warm cookie. But I think you've made enough to feed an army. I need everything to be perfect, I said, arranging cookies on a plate. Leah's coming tonight, her first dinner here with the whole family. Except Sabrina, he reminded me gently. Have you heard from her at all? Radio silence for 3 days, but she's been busy. I showed him my phone, screenshots from various family members of Sabrina's social media posts about preserving family bloodlines and the importance of biological connections. Classy, Freddie muttered, reaching for another cookie. The doorbell rang, making me jump. That's too early. Nobody's supposed to be here for 2 hours. But when I opened the door, there stood Sabrina. We need to talk, she said, brushing past me into the house. She stopped short at the sight of all the baked goods. What's all this? Family dinner tonight, I said carefully. Leah's coming. Her face tightened. That's actually why I'm here. I've been doing some research on that girl. Her name is Leah, I corrected, and she's in the system because her mother is in prison. Sabrina cut in. Did you know that? What kind of genetic predisposition might she have? What behaviors might surface? Get out. Freddie's voice was cold. I hadn't even noticed him following us into the hallway. This is family business, Sabrina snapped. Exactly, and you're trying to destroy a family before it even has a chance to begin. The front door opened again, and Corbin walked in, stopping short at the scene before him. Mom, what are you doing here? Trying to save you from a terrible mistake. She pulled papers from her purse. I have documentation about the girl's background, her family history. Stop, Corbin said, his voice firm. Just stop. We know Leah's story. She told us herself because she trusts us, because we're going to be her parents. But she's not. If you finish that sentence, I cut in, you'll never meet your granddaughter. Is that what you want? Sabrina's mouth snapped shut. For the first time, I saw uncertainty flicker across her face. She's coming for dinner tonight, Corbin said quietly. Stay. Meet her properly. Give her a chance. The silence stretched thin as Sabrina looked around, at the cookies cooling on racks, the fresh flowers on the table, the small welcome sign Corbin and I had made together. Fine, she said finally. I'll stay, but don't expect me to pretend this is ideal. The next 2 hours were tense. Lucille arrived early to help, shooting worried glances at Sabrina, who had positioned herself in the living room like a queen on her throne. Uncle Robert and Aunt Patricia came next, looking uncomfortable but determined to keep the peace. Then the doorbell rang one final time. Ms. Martinez stood there with Leah, who was wearing her favorite blue dress and clutching a drawing. She looked nervously past me at the crowd inside. It's okay, I said softly, kneeling down. Everyone's excited to meet you. She took a deep breath and stepped inside, immediately spotting Corbin. Her face lit up as she ran to show him her drawing, a picture of all of us, including a dog she hoped we might get someday. And who might this be? Sabrina's voice cut through the moment. She had risen from her chair, studying Leah intently. Leah straightened up, meeting Sabrina's gaze with surprising steadiness. I'm Leah. I like your necklace. Something shifted in Sabrina's expression. Thank you. It was my grandmother's. Did she give it to you? Like a family thing? Yes, exactly like that. Cool. Maybe someday I'll have family things too. Leah looked at me hopefully. Right? Before I could answer, Sabrina spoke again, her voice softer than I'd ever heard it. You already do, dear. That drawing you're holding, that's a family thing. The tension in the room eased slightly. Leah beamed, then surprised everyone by walking over to Sabrina. Want to see it? I put you in it too. You're the one in the fancy dress, next to the dog we don't have yet. A small laugh escaped Sabrina's lips. Well, perhaps we should discuss this dog situation over dinner. I happen to know an excellent breeder. Mom, Corbin warned, but he was smiling. What? If I'm to be a grandmother, I should at least have some input on the family pet. As everyone moved toward the dining room, I caught Freddie's eye. He gave me a thumbs up, mouthing, "Told you so," before grabbing the plate of cookies to bring to the table. Maybe, just maybe, this would work after all. The dinner started peacefully enough. Leah charmed everyone with stories about her favorite books, while Sabrina maintained a polite, if reserved, demeanor, but I could feel the storm brewing beneath the surface. So, Leah, Sabrina said during a lull in conversation, setting down her fork with precision, tell me about your biological family. The table went silent. Leah's hand froze halfway to her mouth, her spoon trembling slightly. Mom, Corbin warned, but Sabrina pressed on. It's a reasonable question. We should all know what we're getting into here. What we're getting into? I felt my voice rising. She's not a business investment, Sabrina. Leah put down her spoon carefully. It's okay, she said, looking directly at Sabrina. My first mom made some bad choices. She's in prison. My first dad left before I was born, but Danielle and Corbin chose me. That's better than being born to someone, isn't it? Being chosen? The silence that followed was deafening. Freddie reached over and squeezed Leah's shoulder. Being chosen, Sabrina repeated slowly, her voice taking on an edge. Is that what you think this is? A noble rescue mission? That's enough. Corbin stood up, his chair scraping against the floor. No, it's not enough. Sabrina's voice rose. This child needs professional help, not amateur parents playing house. And you two, she pointed between Corbin and me. You're using her to spite me, to prove some point about family values. Spite you? I laughed incredulously. This has nothing to do with you. We love her. She's our daughter. She is not your daughter. Sabrina slammed her hand on the table, making the glasses rattle. She's a troubled child with a criminal for a mother, and you're making a terrible mistake. A small sob broke through the tension. Leah had tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, she whispered, pushing back from the table. I shouldn't have come. Leah, wait. I reached for her, but she was already running toward the front door. Now look what you've done, Sabrina huffed. This is exactly what I meant about emotional instability. Shut up. The words came from Corbin, shocking everyone into silence. Just shut up, Mom. For once in your life, stop talking. I found Leah on the front porch, curled up on the swing. She looked so small, so vulnerable, and my heart broke. I'm sorry, she said again as I sat beside her. I ruined everything. You didn't ruin anything, sweetheart. You made it better. You make everything better. Corbin appeared in the doorway, followed by Freddie and Lucille. Behind them, I could hear Sabrina's voice rising again. If you do this, if you choose this path, then what? Corbin turned to face his mother. You'll disown me? Cut me off. Go ahead, because I choose them. I choose my family. Thunder rumbled overhead, perfectly punctuating his words. Sabrina's face went pale. I've spent my whole life trying to please you, Corbin continued, trying to live up to your expectations. But look at what your expectations have done. He gestured to Leah, still crying softly on the swing. She's 8 years old, Mom. She's a child who needs love, not judgment. And if you can't see that, if you can't accept her, then you're the one who needs help, not her. Rain started to fall, fat drops hitting the porch roof with hollow thuds. I think it's time for you to leave, I said, standing up. And don't come back until you're ready to be a real grandmother. This isn't over, Sabrina said, gathering her things. You're making a huge mistake. No, Leah's voice was small but clear. They're making a family, and you're ruining it. Sabrina stared at her for a long moment, then turned and walked to her car without another word. The rain was falling harder now, matching the tears on Leah's cheeks. Did I mess up? She asked, looking between Corbin and me. Will she hate me forever? Come here, Corbin said, opening his arms. She hesitated for just a moment before running into them. You didn't mess up anything, and no matter what happens with my mom, you're stuck with us now, okay? She nodded against his chest. Promise? Promise, we said together. Inside, Freddie was already ordering pizza. Because nobody finished dinner, and growing families need food. Lucille was cleaning up the dining room, humming softly. Can we eat in the living room? Leah asked hopefully. Like a picnic? Absolutely, I said, watching as her smile slowly returned. And maybe after, we can look at some paint samples for your room? And dog pictures, she added, making everyone laugh. As we settled in for our impromptu living room picnic, the storm raged outside, but in here, in this moment, With Leah tucked between us on the couch, everything felt exactly right. Sometimes the families we choose are stronger than the ones we're born into, and sometimes it takes a storm to wash away the old and make room for something new to grow. "Ready?" I asked, adjusting Leah's backpack straps. Her first day of school as officially Leah Palmer had finally arrived. What if the other kids ask about my last name being different now? She fidgeted with her new pencil case. "Tell them you got upgraded," Freddie suggested, snapping pictures with his phone, like a software update, but cooler. The adoption had been finalized yesterday, marked by tears, hugs, and enough cake to feed an army. Sabrina hadn't attended, but she'd sent a card. Progress of sorts. "There's my favorite student," Ms. Martinez called from the school entrance. She'd helped arrange Leah's transfer to this school, ensuring a smooth transition. As Leah ran to hug her former social worker, I noticed a familiar Mercedes pulling into the parking lot. Corbin tensed beside me. Sabrina stepped out, clutching a small gift bag. She looked different, less polished, more human somehow. "I found this in the attic," she said without preamble, holding out the bag to Leah. It was Corbin's first day of school gift. I thought you should have it. Inside was a worn leather bookmark engraved with the words, "Every story matters." "It's beautiful," Leah breathed, running her fingers over the letters. "Your father used to read under the covers with a flashlight," Sabrina said softly, "just like you do." "How did you know I've been talking to Ms. Martinez." Sabrina glanced at the social worker, who nodded encouragingly. "Learning about you, about adoption, about what makes a real family." The school bell rang, making us all jump. "I should go," Leah said, carefully tucking the bookmark into her favorite book. She hugged Corbin and me, then hesitated before quickly hugging Sabrina too. We watched her walk into the school, her new backpack bouncing with each step. "She looks just like you when she smiles," Sabrina said suddenly, looking at me. "Not physically, but the way her whole face lights up. That's all you." "Mom," Corbin started, but she held up a hand. "Let me finish, please." She took a deep breath. "I was wrong about everything. I was so focused on bloodlines and traditions that I couldn't see what was right in front of me. A little girl who needed love, and two people with more than enough love to give. It's not that simple," I said, thinking of Leah's tears that night at dinner. "No, it's not. I have a lot to make up for. But," she pulled out another gift bag, larger this time. "Maybe we could start with this?" Inside was a photo album. The first page showed Corbin at 8 years old, grinning with missing front teeth. "I thought Leah might like to see what her dad looked like at her age," Sabrina explained. "And maybe we could add new photos, create a real family album." Before anyone could respond, the school door burst open and Leah came running back out. "I forgot something," she called, racing toward us. "What did you forget, sweetie?" I asked, but she ran right past me to Sabrina. "Thank you for the bookmark," she said, hugging her properly this time. And I'm glad you came today. Does this mean you're really my grandmother now?" Sabrina's carefully applied makeup smudged as tears fell. "If you'll have me. Only if you promise no more yelling," Leah said seriously. "And you have to come to my room painting party this weekend. We're doing it in purple." "Purple?" Sabrina looked horrified for a moment before catching herself. "I mean, purple is lovely. And we're getting a dog," Leah added with a mischievous grin. "One step at a time," Corbin laughed, ruffling her hair. "Back to class, kiddo." As Leah disappeared back into the school, Sabrina turned to us. "A dog? Really?" "Already adopted," I admitted. "We pick him up tomorrow." "Let me guess. Leah chose him?" "Actually," Corbin smiled, "he chose her. just like she chose us, just like we chose each other. Sabrina nodded slowly. I'm beginning to understand that chosen families might be the strongest kind. The second bell rang, and Ms. Martinez gestured that she needed to go inside. I should go too, Sabrina said. But maybe we could have dinner this weekend? After the painting party? I promised to behave. We'd like that, I said, surprising myself by meaning it. As we walked back to our cars, I spotted Leah through her classroom window. She was showing her bookmark to her seatmate, animated and happy. When she saw us, she waved enthusiastically. She's gonna be okay, isn't she? Sabrina asked softly. Better than okay, Corbin replied. She's going to be extraordinary. We all waved back at Leah, 4 very different people united by love for one remarkable little girl. Sometimes the hardest battles end not with a bang, but with a bookmark, a purple room, and the promise of new beginnings. And sometimes, just sometimes, karma works in mysterious ways, turning even the most stubborn hearts toward love.
I never thought I'd hear my mother-in-law plotting to take my daughter away from me. But there I was, frozen in the hallway of my own home, listening to her poison my husband's mind. Raymond, darling, you have to face facts. Andrea isn't stable enough to raise Tori. Look how she handled the birthday party today, completely overwhelmed by a few guests. What kind of mother can't even manage her child's first birthday? My name is Andrea, and that moment changed everything. I'd spent the last hour cleaning up after Tori's party while Martina held court in our living room, criticizing every decision I'd made, from the organic cake to the modest decorations. Now I understood why she'd insisted on staying after everyone else left. Mom, Andrea's just tired. She works full-time and… Exactly my point. A proper mother would be home with her child. Your sister managed it beautifully with her 3. I gripped the wall, my knuckles white. The party had been lovely until Martina arrived with her entourage of society friends, turning my intimate celebration into what felt like a society event. Tori had been overwhelmed by the crowd, crying until I took her upstairs for a quiet moment. Remember how she disappeared with Tori during the party? Martina's voice dripped with manufactured concern. That's not normal behavior, Raymond. A child needs stability, structure. Your father and I could provide that. My blood ran cold. I'd known from the day Raymond and I married that Martina disapproved of me, the middle-class teacher who'd stolen her precious son from the ranks of eligible society women. But this was different. This was calculated. I don't know, Mom. Raymond's hesitation made my heart sink. Why wasn't he defending me more strongly? I stepped into the doorway, making my presence known. I think I should be part of any conversation about my daughter's welfare. Martina's perfectly made-up face showed no embarrassment at being caught. Instead, she smiled that practiced smile I'd seen her use at countless charity events. Andrea, darling, we were just discussing Tori's future. As grandparents, we naturally want what's best for her. What's best for her is her mother, I said, moving to stand beside Raymond. He wouldn't meet my eyes. Of course, dear. No one's suggesting otherwise. Martina stood, smoothing her designer dress. I simply pointed out that with your challenging schedule, you might appreciate more support. That's all. The way she said challenging schedule made my job sound like a character flaw. I'd worked hard for my position at the elementary school, proud to be teaching 3rd grade while raising my daughter. I managed just fine, I replied, keeping my voice steady. Tori is happy, healthy, and loved. Is she? Martina raised an eyebrow. I noticed she seemed quite distressed today. And last week at my house, she was perfectly calm all afternoon. Perhaps she responds better to a more structured environment? That's when I noticed the phone in her hand, recording our conversation. My stomach lurched as I realized this wasn't just casual criticism. She was building a case. Raymond, I turned to my husband. Could you please ask your mother to leave? It's been a long day, and Tori will be up from her nap soon. He shifted uncomfortably. Mom's just trying to help, Andrea. Maybe we should consider… Consider what? I cut him off. Letting your mother take over raising our daughter? Martina gathered her designer purse, the picture of wounded dignity. I can see you're too emotional for a reasonable discussion right now. Raymond, we'll talk more later. She paused at the door. Do think about what I said. After all, we all want what's best for precious Tori. After she left, I rounded on Raymond. How could you let her talk about me like that? She means well, he said weakly. You know how she is about family. Family? I laughed bitterly. She's been trying to push me out since day one, and now she wants our daughter? Upstairs, Tori began to cry, probably roused by our voices. I started toward the stairs, but Raymond caught my arm. Maybe Mom has a point about your stress levels, he said quietly. You have been on edge lately. I jerked away from him, suddenly seeing everything clearly. This wasn't just Martina's usual interference. This was the beginning of something bigger. She'd been laying the groundwork for months. The concerned phone calls to Raymond, the subtle criticisms of my parenting, the offers to take Tori for extended visits. As I climbed the stairs to comfort my daughter, I made a silent vow. I would fight for my family with everything I had. Martina Schmidt had no idea who she was dealing with. Looking back now, I realized that was the moment everything changed. The day I stopped trying to please my mother-in-law and started planning how to save my daughter from her clutches. I just didn't know then how far Martina would go, or how far I would have to go to stop her. The manila envelope felt heavy in my hands as I stared at the court documents inside. My fingers trembled as I read the words again. Temporary custody granted to Martina. The rest of the text blurred through my tears. 3 months had passed since Tori's birthday party, and everything had unraveled with frightening speed. Raymond had moved out 2 weeks ago, claiming he needed space to think. Now I knew exactly what kind of thinking he'd been doing. My phone buzzed. Martina's number. I declined the call, but a text followed immediately. The police will be accompanying me to collect Tori at 2 p.m. Please have her things packed. This will be easier if you cooperate. I glanced at the clock. 11:23 a.m. Less than 3 hours. You can't do this. I typed back, my fingers shaking. She's my daughter. The court order says otherwise, dear. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. I called Raymond immediately. He answered on the 4th ring. How could you? I demanded, not bothering with pleasantries. Your mother? Really? Andrea, please, he sighed. It's temporary, just until you get better. Get better? There's nothing wrong with me. Mom showed me the videos, the outbursts, the emotional instability. Videos she deliberately provoked. She's been planning this for months. Listen, he said, his voice taking on that condescending tone I'd grown to hate. Mom has resources. She can give Tori everything we can't right now. The best schools, activities, stability. She has stability. She has love. She has her mother, who works full-time and can barely afford. Don't you dare. I cut him off. Don't you dare make this about money. Your mother's been manipulating you since day one, and you're too blind to see it. The doorbell rang, making me jump. Through the window, I saw Abigail, Martina's closest friend, standing on my porch. What fresh hell was this? I have to go, I told Raymond. But this isn't over. I opened the door, ready for battle, but Abigail's face wasn't wearing its usual society smile. Can I come in? She asked quietly. There's something you need to know. I hesitated, then stepped aside. Abigail perched on the edge of my couch, looking uncomfortable in my modest living room. Martina doesn't know I'm here, she said. But I couldn't. I had to warn you. She's been planning this for almost a year. What? Abigail pulled out her phone, showing me a series of text messages. She started gathering evidence last Christmas, recording your conversations, documenting every time Tori cried or you seemed stressed. She has a whole file of carefully edited videos making you look unstable. My legs gave out, and I sank into a chair. Why are you telling me this? Because she did the same thing to her sister-in-law 15 years ago. That family moved across the country to escape her. I can't watch it happen again. Upstairs, I heard Tori singing to herself as she played with her dolls. The sound nearly broke me. "What am I supposed to do?" I whispered. "She has money, connections, everything. Fight smart, not hard," Abigail said, standing. "Martina's weakness is her reputation. Everything she does is about maintaining the perfect image." She headed for the door, then turned back. "Oh, and Andrea. She's planning a big charity gala next month. All her social circle will be there. Might be worth getting an invitation." After she left, I ran upstairs to Tori's room. She looked up from her dolls with that bright smile that made everything worthwhile. "Mommy, look, Princess Sparkle is having a tea party." I sat down beside her, pulling her close. "Baby, we need to pack some things. You're going to stay with Grandma for a little while." "But why?" Her lower lip trembled. "Just for a little bit, while Mommy takes care of some things. But I promise you, I'm going to fix this." When Martina arrived with the police, I was ready. I handed over Tori's favorite stuffed rabbit, her special blanket, and my heart. "I'll see you soon, sweetheart," I whispered, hugging her tight. Martina's triumphant smile as she led my daughter away told me everything I needed to know. She thought she'd won. But Abigail's visit had given me something precious: hope and a plan. As I watched the car drive away, I pulled out my phone and Googled Martina's annual spring charity gala. Time to get myself an invitation to the social event of the season. This wasn't over. It was just beginning. "Just sign here to volunteer for the spring charity gala," the elderly woman said, sliding the form across the desk. "We're always looking for new faces." 2 weeks of strategizing had led me to this moment. The local community center, where Martina's sister Eliana coordinated volunteer activities, was my way in. I'd changed my appearance just enough: darker hair, glasses, and clothes that screamed eager social climber rather than grieving mother. "Thank you," I smiled, signing with slightly altered handwriting. "I've heard such wonderful things about the gala." "Oh?" Eliana looked up, studying me more carefully. "My cousin attended last year. She couldn't stop talking about how elegantly Mrs. Schmidt handled everything." Eliana's expression shifted subtly. "Yes, my sister does have a talent for handling things." Something in her tone made me look closer. There was a story there. "I'm just excited to be involved," I continued, "even if it's just arranging flowers or serving drinks." "Actually," Eliana said, "we need someone to help coordinate the silent auction. Previous experience?" 3 years organizing fundraisers for my daughter's—" I stopped, swallowing hard. "For the elementary school." Eliana's eyes softened. "You have a daughter?" "Had," I whispered, the pain in my voice entirely real. "I lost her recently. It wasn't technically a lie. I had lost Tori, just not the way Eliana might assume." "I'm so sorry." She touched my hand. "I know something about losing family. Would you like to get coffee? The cafe next door makes excellent lattes." 20 minutes later, we sat in a quiet corner booth. Eliana stirred her coffee thoughtfully. "My sister," she said suddenly, "has always been obsessed with perfection. The perfect family, the perfect image, the perfect control." I held my breath, waiting. "Years ago, she—" Eliana shook her head. "Never mind. The past is past. But be careful working with her. Martina can be intense about her projects." "Does she help with the auction?" "Oh yes, she oversees everything, especially since she got custody of her granddaughter." I gripped my cup tighter. "Granddaughter?" "Yes, poor thing. Apparently the mother was unstable." Eliana trailed off, frowning. "Though honestly, I've met that little girl. She asks for her mother constantly." My heart clenched. "What does Mrs. Schmidt say about that?" "She changes the subject, just like she did when—" Eliana stopped again, looking troubled. "When what?" She leaned forward. "Can you keep a secret?" "Years ago, Martina did something similar with our brother's wife, convinced everyone she was unfit. That family fled to Canada to escape her influence." I haven't seen my nieces in 15 years. My hands shook so badly I had to set down my cup. Why didn't you stop her? I tried. But Martina, she's very good at twisting things, making you doubt what you see. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. She touched my arm. Are you all right? You've gone pale. Fine, I managed. Just reminded me of something. Eliana studied me for a long moment. Then her eyes widened slightly. Oh my God, she whispered. You're her, the mother. I froze, ready to bolt, but her hand gripped mine tighter. Don't worry, she said quietly. I should have seen it sooner. The timing, the story about your daughter. She pulled out her phone, typed something, and showed me the screen. It was a photo of Tori from yesterday, looking sad while Martina posed her in front of a piano. She's not happy, Eliana said, and neither was I, watching history repeat itself. Please, I whispered. Don't tell Martina you know. Tell her? Eliana laughed bitterly. I've been waiting years for someone to stand up to her. The silent auction position is yours. It'll put you in direct contact with her social circle. Just be careful. Martina's not above destroying anyone who threatens her perfect world. As I left the community center, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It was Eliana. Dinner at my house tomorrow? I have photos from other events you might find interesting, including some of Martina's more unguarded moments. I smiled for the first time in weeks. Finally, I had an ally. And more importantly, I had access to Martina's world. That night, I added Eliana's name to my growing map of connections and evidence. Below Abigail's warning about the gala, beside the note about Martina's pattern with other families, soon I'd have enough to expose the truth. Soon, I'd have my daughter back. But first, I had a silent auction to coordinate. She's filing adoption papers next week, Abigail whispered, glancing nervously around the empty coffee shop. Once those go through, you'll never see Tori again. My coffee cup clattered against its saucer. She can't do that. Raymond would never. Raymond signed the preliminary paperwork yesterday. Martina convinced him it's the only way to ensure Tori has a stable future. 1 month of infiltrating Martina's social circle had yielded countless stories of manipulation, but this was different. This was endgame. I need proof, I said. Something concrete. Check your email. I recorded Martina discussing it at yesterday's committee meeting. She doesn't know I keep my phone running during these sessions. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone. The audio file was there. Martina's voice crystal clear as she bragged about her plans to finally make things official with her granddaughter. Why are you helping me? I asked Abigail. She twisted her wedding ring. Because 20 years ago, I was you. Different situation, different child, same Martina. I was too scared to fight back then. I've regretted it ever since. The cafe door chimed. A woman with a press badge walked in, catching my eye with deliberate intent. Zara, the local journalist Eliana had connected me with. Ladies, she said, sliding into our booth. I hear we have something interesting to discuss. I played the audio file. Zara's eyebrows rose higher with each passing second. This is gold, she said, but we need more. Photos, witnesses, a pattern of behavior. I have photos, Abigail said. Lots of them. Martina when she thinks no one's watching. The way she treats Tori when the cameras aren't rolling. And I have witnesses, I added. 3 families she's done this to before. Eliana helped me track them down. Zara pulled out her notebook. Tell me everything. For the next hour, we built the case. Abigail's photos showed Martina's mask slipping. Harsh words, grabbed arms, tearful children. My witnesses painted a pattern of manipulation spanning decades. Zara scribbled furiously. This is bigger than a custody battle, she said finally. This is about power, control, and systematic emotional abuse hidden behind society's perfect veneer. My phone buzzed. A text from Eliana. Emergency. Come to my house now. I have to go, I said, standing. But Zara, how soon can you run this story? Give me a week to fact-check everything. But when it hits... She smiled grimly. Martina won't know what hit her. 15 minutes later, I rushed into Eliana's living room to find her pacing. Look at this. She thrust her tablet at me. It was an email from Martina to her lawyer, accidentally copied to Eliana. Once the adoption is final, we'll move to Europe. I've already enrolled Tori in a Swiss boarding school. The distance will help her forget all about. She's planning to leave the country, I whispered. Next month, Eliana confirmed, right after the gala. The gala. An idea formed. That's where we'll stop her. Everyone who matters will be there. Her whole carefully constructed world in one room. She'll never let you in. She won't know it's me. I'm on the planning committee, remember? And I have these. I pulled out the donor list I'd been working on. Every major player in her social circle, all in one place. Eliana's eyes lit up. The silent auction. We could set up a presentation, something that seems like it's celebrating her. Until it doesn't. I finished. But we'll need help. You have it, said a voice from the doorway. Abigail stood there with Zara. We followed you. Hope you don't mind. Mind? I laughed. I need you both. Zara's story, Abigail's photos, Eliana's insider knowledge. And your courage, Eliana added. We can do this. We spent the next hour planning. Each person had a role, each piece of evidence its place in the revelation to come. As we finished, my phone chimed with a video message from Raymond. Tori sat at Martina's grand piano, looking lost as Martina forced her small hands through complex scales. Mommy does it better. Tori's voice wavered. I want Mommy. Mommy's not here. Martina's sharp voice replied. I'm your family now. I looked up at my unlikely allies, the society friend, the whistleblower sister, the crusading journalist. 2 weeks until the gala. Let's make them count. Zara raised her coffee cup in a toast. To bringing down the queen of manipulation. To saving Tori, I corrected. To justice, Eliana and Abigail said together. The pieces were in place. Now we just had to survive until the gala. Andrea, we need to talk. Raymond's voice behind me nearly made me drop the auction catalog I was organizing at the community center. I turned slowly, grateful for my disguise. I don't know who. Drop the act, he said quietly. Eliana told me everything. My heart stopped. She would when she saw what I found in Mom's study. He pulled out a thick folder. Bank statements, court documents, letters to her lawyer dating back to before Tori was even born. She's been planning this for years. I glanced around the empty room. Why are you here? Because I was an idiot, he said, running a hand through his hair. Because I let her manipulate me just like she's done to everyone else. Because our daughter cries herself to sleep every night asking for you. My hands clenched. And you're just now noticing? I'm trying to make it right. He opened the folder. These prove she's been transferring large sums to the judge who granted her custody. There's more. Documentation of her threatening other families, proof she bribed witnesses. Why should I trust you now? Because I found this. He pulled out a document with tomorrow's date. She's filing for full adoption and immediate permission to leave the country. Once that goes through, we'll never see Tori again. I sank into a chair. We're planning something at the gala. I know. Eliana told me. But you need these documents to make it stick legally. He placed the folder in front of me. I've made copies. Use them. Raymond. I studied his face. She's your mother. Are you sure? She stopped being my mother the moment she tried to steal my daughter. He headed for the door, then turned back. Andrea? I'm sorry. For everything. After he left, I called an emergency meeting. Within an hour, everyone gathered at Eliana's house. These are perfect, Zara said, flipping through the documents. Combined with our other evidence, this is nuclear. But we have to move fast, Abigail added. If Martina suspects anything... She doesn't, Eliana interrupted. She's too focused on the gala. It's her moment to show off her perfect family before whisking Tori away to Switzerland. I spread the evidence across the table. Raymond's documents, Abigail's photos, witness statements, bank records, Zara's draft article. Walk me through the plan again, I said. Zara pointed to her laptop. I've prepared a video presentation, supposedly highlighting Martina's charitable work, but halfway through it transitions to show her true nature. Witness testimonies, surveillance footage, everything. I've arranged the seating chart, Abigail added. All her victims' families will be in the front row. They're flying in specially. The tech team's on board, Eliana said. They'll lock down the exits when the presentation starts. No one leaves until it's done. And I've alerted certain law enforcement contacts. Zara smiled. They'll be there to handle any legal implications. My phone buzzed, a text from Raymond. Mom's showing off Tori to her friends again. She's exhausted, but Mom won't let her rest. I showed them the message. We have to end this. 2 days until the gala, Eliana said. Everything's ready. Almost everything, I corrected, pulling out a small box. I need one more favor. Inside was a silver locket, Tori's favorite, with our picture inside. I'd managed to slip it to her once during a supervised visit, but Martina had confiscated it. Can someone make sure she gets this before the gala? She needs to know Mommy's coming for her. Abigail took the locket. I'm having tea with them tomorrow. I'll find a way. As we finalized details, another text came through, this time from an unknown number. It was a photo of Tori sleeping, clutching her old stuffed rabbit, tears still wet on her cheeks. The caption read, "She needs her mom. Don't fail tomorrow." I looked up at my allies. My friends now, really. We won't fail. No, Eliana agreed. We won't. For Tori, Abigail said. For every child Martina's tried to steal, Zara added. For justice, I finished. We worked late into the night, checking and double-checking every detail. When I finally left, Eliana hugged me tight. Get some rest, she said. Tomorrow we prepare. The next day we take my sister down. Driving home, I passed Martina's mansion. A light was on in Tori's window. I could almost imagine her there, waiting, hoping. Hold on, baby, I whispered. Mommy's coming, and this time, no one's going to stop me. The gala was coming. Our trap was set. And Martina had no idea she was about to lose everything she'd worked so hard to steal. The grand ballroom glittered with crystal chandeliers and society's elite. I adjusted my wig and glasses, clipboard clutched to my chest as I directed caterers and checked sound equipment. No one looked twice at the efficient event coordinator in sensible heels. Everything's ready, Zara murmured as she passed, pretending to check her press credentials. The video's queued up. I nodded slightly, then froze as Martina swept in with Tori. My daughter wore a frilly pink dress that she would have hated under normal circumstances. Her small hand clutched the silver locket we'd managed to get to her. Smile, darling, Martina commanded, steering Tori toward a group of photographers. Show everyone how happy you are with grandmother. Tori's eyes scanned the room, and for a heart-stopping moment, they met mine. I pressed a finger to my lips. She gave the tiniest nod, then turned back to the cameras. Places, everyone, I called out, my voice disguised with a slight accent. The presentation begins in 20 minutes. Abigail appeared at my elbow. The families are all here. Front row, just as planned. And the police? Plain clothes scattered throughout. They're ready. I watched Martina work the room, showing off Tori like a prize poodle. Raymond stood near the bar, looking increasingly uncomfortable as his mother bragged about their fresh start in Switzerland. Ladies and gentlemen, I announced at exactly 8 o'clock. Please take your seats. Mrs. Schmidt's special tribute presentation is about to begin. Martina preened as she led Tori to their seats of honor. The lights dimmed and the screen lit up with carefully curated photos of Martina's charitable works. For 20 years, the narrator intoned, Martina Schmidt has been a pillar of our community. I slipped through the crowd to the tech booth. Now, I whispered to the operator. The screen flickered. Suddenly, instead of charity galas, there was Martina screaming at a terrified Tori for spilling juice on her designer rug. Then Martina threatening one of her previous victims. Photo after photo, video after video, each more damning than the last. Gasps filled the room. Martina leaped to her feet. "Stop this immediately!" "Security!" I called out. But our planted security team just stood watching. The evidence kept coming. Bank statements showing bribes, court documents revealing her pattern of manipulation, testimonies from families she'd destroyed. "Who's responsible for this?" Martina shrieked, spinning around wildly. I stepped into the light, removing my wig and glasses. "I am. Andrea," she hissed. "How dare you?" "No." I cut her off, my voice carrying through the microphone I'd concealed. "How dare you? How dare you steal children from loving parents? How dare you traumatize innocent families? How dare you try to take my daughter? Security, remove this woman." "They won't help you." Zara stood up, press badge gleaming. "They're with us, just like the police officers scattered throughout this room." Tori broke free from Martina's grip and ran to me. I scooped her up, holding her close as she sobbed, "Mommy, mommy," into my shoulder. "This is absurd." Martina tried to laugh, but her society friends were already backing away. "These are obviously fabrications." "Are they?" One of the front row guests stood up. "Like you fabricated evidence against me 15 years ago?" Another rose. "Like you threatened my family?" "Like you tried to steal my grandson?" A third voice called out. Martina's perfect mask cracked. "Raymond, tell them. Tell them I only wanted what was best." "What was best?" Raymond stepped forward. "Was it best when you bribed Judge Harrison? When you planned to smuggle my daughter out of the country? When you destroyed evidence of Andrea's fitness as a mother?" "I have proof of everything," Zara announced. "My exposé runs tomorrow. Every detail, every victim, every manipulation." Martina lunged for Tori, but two plainclothes officers intercepted her. "Martina Schmidt," one said, producing handcuffs. "You're under arrest for conspiracy, evidence tampering, judicial bribery." As they led her away, still screaming about ungrateful children and her ruined reputation, I held Tori closer. "Is it over, Mommy?" she whispered. "Yes, baby. You're coming home." Raymond approached cautiously. "Andrea, Not now," I said quietly. "We'll talk later. Right now, our daughter needs us both." The ballroom had erupted into chaos. Reporters pushing forward, society friends fleeing the scandal, Martina's victims sharing their stories with police. Eliana and Abigail appeared beside us. "Let's get you out the back," Eliana said. "The media can wait." As we slipped away, I heard Martina's final shriek, "I gave you everything. I am everything." But she was wrong. She was nothing now. And we were finally free. The morning after the gala, my living room filled with police officers, lawyers, and child services representatives. Tori sat in my lap, refusing to let go even for a moment. "Mrs. Schmidt's being held without bail," Detective Morris explained. "The evidence of judicial tampering alone." "Will I have to testify?" I asked, stroking Tori's hair. "Not likely. We've got dozens of witnesses, documented evidence, and 3 judges admitting to accepting bribes. She's looking at serious time." Raymond paced by the window, phone buzzing constantly. "Her lawyers quit. The society boards voted to remove her from every committee. It's like watching a house of cards collapse." "Mommy," Tori tugged at my sleeve. "Can I show you what Grandma made me do?" My heart clenched. "Of course, baby." She led me to the piano we'd kept in the corner. Sitting down, her small fingers began moving mechanically through scales. 6 hours a day, she said quietly. If I made a mistake, she'd make me start over. She said it would make me perfect like her. Raymond stopped pacing. 6 hours? She told me it was just casual lessons. There's nothing casual about your mother, I said. Tori, honey, you never have to play again if you don't want to. Can I just play Twinkle Twinkle like you taught me? Of course. As Tori picked out the simple melody, smiling for the first time in weeks, the doorbell rang. Eliana and Abigail stood there with Zara. You need to see this, Zara said, holding up the morning paper. The headline screamed, Society Matriarch's Reign of Terror Exposed. It's going viral, Abigail added. 3 more families have come forward already. And that's not all. Eliana pulled out her phone. Listen to this voicemail Martina left me from jail. Martina's voice filled the room, raw with rage. You treacherous snake! My own sister! I made you what you are. I'll destroy you all. Eliana stopped the playback. There's more, but it gets worse. The police are adding witness intimidation charges. How's she handling jail? I couldn't help asking. Not well. Detective Morris smirked. Apparently orange isn't her color. Tori's piano playing stopped. Is Grandma going to jail forever? Raymond knelt beside her. She did some very bad things, sweetheart. She has to face the consequences. Like when I have to sit in timeout? Something like that. I managed, fighting back tears at her innocence. The Child Services representative approached. We've reviewed everything. Given the circumstances, we're recommending immediate restoration of full custody to Andrea, with supervised visitation for Raymond until the divorce proceedings. No, I interrupted. No supervision needed. Raymond was a victim too. He's still Tori's father. Raymond looked at me gratefully. I don't deserve your forgiveness. This isn't about deserving. It's about healing. All of us. Zara cleared her throat. Speaking of healing, the families Martina targeted want to meet. They're talking about starting a support group. Count us in, Raymond said firmly. It's time to break the cycle. Suddenly, Tori started playing again. Not scales or classical pieces, but a simple, happy tune she was making up on the spot. That's beautiful, I said. It's for you, Mommy, and Daddy, and Aunt Eliana and Miss Abigail and everyone who helped bring me home. The room fell silent except for her improvised melody. Even the police officers stopped their note-taking to listen. Out of the mouths of babes, Eliana whispered. Detective Morris stood. We'll need more statements later, but for now, spend time with your daughter. The DA's office will be in touch about the case. As people filed out, Abigail lingered. Andrea, thank you for doing what I couldn't all those years ago. Thank you for helping me do it. After everyone left, it was just the 3 of us, me, Raymond, and Tori, our broken little family starting to heal. Can we have pancakes? Tori asked. Grandma never let me have pancakes. We can have anything you want, Raymond said. Then I want pancakes with Mommy and Daddy. We moved to the kitchen, Tori directing us like a tiny conductor as we gathered ingredients. When she wasn't looking, Raymond touched my arm. I know I messed up. We'll talk later, I said. Right now, our daughter wants pancakes. As flour dusted the counter and giggles filled the air, I realized something. Martina had tried to create her version of a perfect family through control and manipulation. But here, in this messy kitchen with imperfect pancakes and genuine laughter, we'd found something better. We'd found truth. The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters as Martina emerged in handcuffs. Her designer outfit had been replaced by standard prison garb, her perfectly coiffed hair now stringy and gray at the roots. 20 years, Raymond whispered, squeezing my hand. No possibility of parole for 15. I watched my former mother-in-law being led to the prison transport. She caught my eye and mouthed something that looked like, I'll destroy you. But the threat felt empty now. Ready to go home? I asked. Actually, he hesitated. I was hoping we could talk about that. We found a quiet cafe near the courthouse. Tori was at school, her real school, not the elite private academy Martina had forced her into. I've been offered a job, Raymond said. Here in town, heading up a nonprofit that helps families affected by parental alienation. That's wonderful. The thing is, he stirred his coffee endlessly. I've been staying at Eliana's, but that was temporary. And I know we're technically separated, but seeing you with Tori these past few weeks, watching you fight for her, I realized what I almost lost. What I want to fight for. Raymond, I'm not asking to move back in. I know I need to earn back your trust. But maybe we could try counseling? Start with family dinner once a week? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. It was Zara. Turn on the news now. I pulled up the local station on my phone. Footage showed police raiding Martina's mansion. Evidence of decades of financial fraud, the reporter announced. Sources say Mrs. Schmidt had been embezzling from her own charities for years. In related news, 3 more judges have stepped down amid the growing corruption scandal. She fooled everyone, Raymond said quietly. Even me. Especially me. Not everyone, I corrected. Eliana knew. Abigail suspected. They just needed someone willing to stand up to her. Like you did. My phone buzzed again. A text from Tori's teacher. Thought you'd want to see this. The attached photo showed Tori at show and tell, proudly holding up the newspaper article about Martina's conviction. My mommy, the caption quoted, says sometimes the bravest thing is telling the truth, even when people don't want to hear it. Raymond's eyes welled up. She's right, and I need to tell you my truth. I love you, Andrea. I never stopped. I just lost my way for a while. I know, I said softly. But finding your way back isn't just about love. It's about trust, respect, standing together. Then let me stand with you now. The nonprofit needs a co-director. Someone who understands what families go through, who can help them fight back. Are you offering me a job? I'm offering you a partnership. In every sense. The cafe door chimed as Eliana and Abigail walked in. Sorry to interrupt, Eliana said, but you need to see this. She handed me a letter. It was from Martina's first victim, the sister-in-law who'd fled to Canada. We're starting a support network, Abigail explained, for all the families affected by Martina. They want you to lead it. Me? You're the one who brought her down, Eliana said. You gave everyone hope. I looked at Raymond, saw the same hope in his eyes. We could do it together, he said. Help other families heal while we heal our own. My phone lit up with another photo from Tori's teacher. This time, my daughter sat at a classroom piano, teaching another student the simple version of Twinkle, Twinkle she loved. The caption read, she said everyone deserves a chance to make their own kind of music. Yes, I said finally. To all of it. The nonprofit, the support network, the counseling, the family dinners. But we take it slow. As slow as you need, Raymond promised. Eliana raised her coffee cup. To new beginnings? To truth, Abigail added. To family, Raymond said. To justice, I finished. The real kind. Outside, the media was still buzzing about Martina's downfall, but it felt distant now. We had more important things to focus on. Healing families, rebuilding trust, and creating something genuine from the ashes of false perfection. Shall we go pick up our daughter? Raymond asked. I took his hand, feeling the weight of my journey in that simple gesture. Yes, let's go make some real music. As we left the cafe, I caught my reflection in the window. I saw someone stronger than the woman who'd lost her daughter, braver than the mother who'd fought back, wiser than the wife who'd trusted too easily. I saw someone ready to build something true. And this time, no one could take it away. The first time I truly felt like an outsider in my own family wasn't at a celebration or holiday gathering. It was at my beloved Aunt Lillian's funeral. Standing alone beneath the massive oak tree that shadowed her casket, I watched my cousins huddle together, their designer black dresses and suits a stark contrast to my simple thrift store ensemble. My name is Callie, and I've spent 31 years trying to belong in a family that treats wealth like oxygen, essential for survival. The irony? Aunt Lillian was the only one who ever made me feel like I belonged. Look who decided to show up. Camilla's voice cut through the somber atmosphere as she approached. Quinn and Derek trailing behind her like perfectly trained show dogs. I'm surprised you could take time away from your little charity project. I straightened my spine, forcing a polite smile. It's a women's shelter, Camilla. And Aunt Lillian volunteered there too. Please, Derek scoffed, adjusting his Italian silk tie. Aunt Lillian would never step foot in such a place. She had standards. The memory of Aunt Lillian quietly sorting donations and counseling abuse survivors flashed through my mind, but I kept it to myself. She'd always asked me to keep her volunteer work private, away from her judgmental children. The lawyer's waiting, Quinn announced, checking her phone. We should head to the reading. I took a step forward, but Camilla's manicured hand shot out, stopping me. Oh, honey, didn't anyone tell you? The reading is for immediate family only. I am immediate family, I protested, heat rising to my cheeks. Aunt Lillian was my mother's sister. Yes, but we all know how Aunt Lillian felt about your branch of the family tree. Derek smirked. Always the black sheep, weren't you? Quinn at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. It's just, the lawyer was very specific about who should attend. We wouldn't want to waste anyone's time, Camilla added, her smile sharp as a knife. I mean, what could Aunt Lillian possibly leave to someone who spends their days serving soup to homeless people? I watched them walk away, their expensive shoes clicking against the cemetery path. An elderly woman who'd been standing nearby approached me, her kind eyes filled with concern. I couldn't help but overhear, she said softly. I'm Margaret. I worked with Lillian at the country club. Nice to meet you, I managed, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. Your aunt spoke about you often, Margaret continued, surprising me. She was so proud of your work at the shelter, said you were the only one who understood what really mattered in life. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. A text from Chelsea, the shelter's director. Need you at the center ASAP. Important news about Lillian. I glanced at my cousin's retreating backs, then back at my phone. Something in my gut told me this was important. Thank you, Margaret, I said, squeezing her hand. You have no idea how much I needed to hear that today. As I walked to my car, a reliable but ancient Honda Civic that stuck out like a sore thumb among the luxury vehicles, I heard Camilla's laugh echo across the cemetery. 10 years ago, that sound would have made me shrink into myself. Today, it just made me sad. You know what's funny? I heard Derek say to his sisters, she actually thought she'd be included in the will reading. As if Aunt Lillian would leave anything to someone who couldn't even afford a proper funeral outfit. I slid into my car, hands gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. The last time I'd seen Aunt Lillian, just days before she passed, she'd held my hand and whispered, Patience, dear one. Everything will make sense soon. Starting my car, I took one last look at the cemetery. My cousins had disappeared into their chauffeured car, probably heading to the lawyer's office to divide up what they saw as their rightful inheritance. They had no idea that Aunt Lillian had visited the shelter every Tuesday for the past 5 years, working quietly alongside me to help women rebuild their lives. They had no idea about a lot of things. My phone buzzed again. Another message from Chelsea. Found something Lillian left for you. You're going to want to see this. I put the car in drive, leaving behind the cemetery and my cousin's cruel laughter. Aunt Lillian always said timing was everything, and something told me she had one last lesson to teach about patience, karma, and the true meaning of family legacy. As I merged onto the highway, heading toward the shelter, I couldn't help but smile. Maybe being an outsider wasn't such a bad thing after all. Sometimes it gives you the perfect vantage point to see what others miss. The women's shelter stood in stark contrast to the mansions my cousins called home. A modest 3-story building with fading paint and a small garden out front. But unlike those cold marble halls, this place radiated warmth. As I walked through the front door, the familiar scent of coffee and fresh-baked cookies wrapped around me like a hug. There you are. Chelsea rushed forward, her gray curls bouncing. How was the funeral? About as pleasant as you'd expect, I said, hanging up my coat. My cousins made sure to remind me of my place in the family hierarchy. Before Chelsea could respond, Maria, one of our regular volunteers, poked her head out of the kitchen. Is it true about Miss Lillian? She really passed away? I nodded, and Maria's eyes welled up with tears. But she was just here last week, helping me organize the donation closet. Chelsea shot me a knowing look. Most of the women here had no idea she was from money. She'd show up in her gardening clothes, insisting on being called just Lillian. That's because the real Lillian wasn't the society woman my cousins thought they knew, I said, following Chelsea to her office. Remember how she used to bring those incredible homemade cookies? And tell everyone they were store-bought because she didn't want to seem like she was showing off. Chelsea laughed, then grew serious. Which makes what I'm about to show you even more important. She unlocked her desk drawer and pulled out a sealed envelope. She dropped this off last month, made me promise not to give it to you until after she was gone. My hands trembled as I took the envelope. Aunt Lillian's elegant handwriting spelled out my name on the front. She came to see me that day. Chelsea said softly. Told me she'd been diagnosed with terminal cancer 6 months earlier. Said she had some loose ends to tie up. I sank into the chair across from Chelsea's desk, the envelope heavy in my hands. She never told any of us she was sick. Open it, Chelsea urged. She was very specific about the timing. Just then, a commotion erupted in the hallway. 2 women were arguing, their voices rising. Chelsea sighed. I should handle this. Take your time with the letter. Alone in the office, I traced my finger over Aunt Lillian's handwriting, remembering the first time she'd caught me volunteering here 5 years ago. I thought I recognized that laugh, she'd said, standing in the doorway in old jeans and a faded sweater. Don't look so scared, dear. I'm not here to tell tales to the family. That day, she'd rolled up her sleeves and helped me sort donations for 3 hours. It became our secret Tuesday ritual. The black sheep and the family matriarch, working side by side to help women rebuild their lives. Taking a deep breath, I broke the seal and unfolded the letter. My dearest Callie, if you're reading this, I've already passed. Don't waste time mourning. We both know I lived exactly as I chose to. What matters now is ensuring my legacy continues in the right hands. By now, my children and your cousins will be gathering for the reading of my official will. Let them. What they don't know is that 3 months ago, I made some significant changes to my estate planning. The shelter's building deed is enclosed with this letter. I purchased it last year when the previous owners threatened to sell. It's yours now, along with an endowment to ensure its continued operation. There's more, but that will become clear soon enough. You alone understood what I've known all along. That true wealth isn't measured in dollars, but in the lives we touch. While the others were chasing status at country clubs, you were here, helping women find their strength. Don't reveal anything yet. Let the official reading proceed. Sometimes the best lessons come from unexpected moments. All my love, Aunt Lillian. P.S. Check the cookie jar in the kitchen. I left my secret recipe there last week. Those women deserve the real thing, not store-bought substitutes. My vision blurred with tears as I pulled out the property deed. Chelsea knocked softly before entering. You okay? She asked, closing the door behind her. I handed her the letter, watching her eyes widen as she read. Oh my God, she whispered. She bought the building? She knew the shelter was at risk, I said, wiping my eyes. All those times she was organizing the donation closet, she was actually planning this. My phone buzzed. A text from Quinn. We'll reading tomorrow at 2. Not that it matters to you. Chelsea handed the letter back, squeezing my shoulder. What are you going to do? I tucked the letter and deed safely in my bag, thinking of Aunt Lillian's words about unexpected moments and lessons. First, I said, standing up, I'm going to check that cookie jar. Then I'm going to do exactly what Aunt Lillian asked. Wait for the right moment to show them who she really was and what family really means. Back home in my small apartment, I spread Aunt Lillian's documents across my kitchen table. The property deed was just the beginning. Tucked inside the envelope, I found a USB drive, bank statements, and another sealed letter marked, Read after the will. My hands shook as I plugged the USB drive into my laptop. A single video file appeared, dated just 2 months ago. Aunt Lillian's face filled the screen, looking tired but determined. Hello, dear. Her voice rang clear through my speakers. If you're watching this, you've already found the deed. But there's more to tell you. I paused the video, needing a moment. Even through the screen, her presence felt so real it hurt. My phone buzzed again. Camilla this time. Hope you're not too disappointed about missing tomorrow's reading. Though really, what did you expect? I hit play again. The lawyers will read a will tomorrow that my children and your cousins expect. Aunt Lillian continued. They'll squabble over the house, the cars, the jewelry, all the things they think matter. But my real will, the one that matters, was filed last month. She leaned closer to the camera, her eyes fierce. I've watched them all these years, Callie. Watched how they treated you, how they chased status while you built something meaningful. The shelter isn't just a building. It's hope for women who need it most. And you're the only one who truly understands that. A knock at my door made me jump. Through the peephole, I saw Quinn standing in the hallway, shifting nervously. I know you're home, she called out. Your car's outside. I closed my laptop and opened the door. Quinn, what are you doing here? She brushed past me into the apartment, her designer perfume overwhelming in my small space. I wanted to make sure you understood about tomorrow. It's not personal. Isn't it? I gestured to my couch. Want to sit? She perched on the edge, looking uncomfortable. Derek and Camilla think it's better if you're not there. They're worried you might make a scene. When have I ever made a scene, Quinn? She had the grace to look embarrassed. Look, we all know Aunt Lillian was different in her last years. Started acting strange, volunteering at that shelter. Derek thinks she wasn't thinking clearly. I thought of the sharp, determined woman in the video. She knew exactly what she was doing. Did she, though? Quinn stood up, pacing. She used to take us shopping, buy us whatever we wanted. Then suddenly she's wearing old clothes and hanging out in some charity shelter? That's not normal. Maybe she found something more meaningful than shopping. Quinn stopped pacing, her eyes landing on the papers spread across my table. What's all that? I quickly gathered them up. Just work stuff. Right. Your important shelter work. She headed for the door, then paused. You know, Camilla's already talking about selling the shelter building. Says the land's worth millions to developers. My heart raced, but I kept my face neutral. Is that so? Just don't get your hopes up about anything, okay? It's better that way. She left, closing the door softly behind her. I returned to my laptop, hitting play on Aunt Lillian's video. I've left everything to you, Callie, she continued. The house, the investments, everything. But most importantly, I've left you my truth. Let them have their reading tomorrow. Let them show who they really are. Then, when the time is right, show them who I really was. The video ended. I opened the final letter with trembling fingers. My dearest Callie, by now they've shown their true colors at the reading. Remember, real strength isn't in attacking, but in standing firm in your truth. The official papers are with my lawyer, Sandra Mills. She'll contact you after tomorrow's charade. The shelter is yours, protected and endowed. The rest, well, let's just say your cousins are in for quite a surprise. Use it wisely, dear one. Show them what real family legacy looks like. All my love, Aunt Lillian. I folded the letter carefully, thinking of Quinn's words about selling the shelter, of Camilla's smugness, of Derek's certainty about who Aunt Lillian was. My phone buzzed one last time. A text from an unknown number. This is Sandra Mills. Meeting tomorrow after the reading? 4 p.m. at my office. Bring the letters and USB drive. I texted back a simple yes, then gathered all of Aunt Lillian's documents into a secure folder. Tomorrow, my cousins would gather to divide what they thought was their inheritance. They had no idea that Aunt Lillian had orchestrated the perfect lesson about karma, justice, and the true meaning of wealth. For now, though, I had a batch of cookies to bake. After all, I had her secret recipe, and the women at the shelter deserved something special. I sat in my car outside the law office, watching my cousins arrive in their luxury vehicles. Through the large windows, I could see them gathering in the conference room, already arguing about something. Even from here, I could read Camilla's animated gestures. She was probably laying claim to Aunt Lillian's art collection. My phone lit up with a text from Chelsea. The vultures circling yet? You have no idea, I replied, then added a photo of Derek dramatically pounding the conference table. I wasn't supposed to be here, but I needed to see this play out. Parking around the corner had given me a perfect view of the show. The lawyer, Mr. Patterson, entered the room with a thin folder, the will they were expecting. My phone rang. Sandra Mills. "Are you watching?" she asked without preamble. "From my car. They're about to start." "Good. Stay there. I want you to see their reactions when they realize that folder contains nothing but a letter." Inside, Mr. Patterson opened the folder. Even from here, I could see Camilla's face redden as he began to read. She shot up from her chair, snatching the paper from his hands. "This is it?" Her voice carried through the glass. "One page? This can't be everything." Quinn pressed her hands to her face while Derek paced the room like a caged animal. I cracked my window to hear better. "This is the only will we have on file," Mr. Patterson said calmly. "It simply states that all matters regarding the estate will be handled by another attorney, Sandra Mills." "Who the hell is Sandra Mills?" Derek's voice boomed. "I've never heard of her," Quinn whispered. "Why would Aunt Lillian do this?" Camilla pulled out her phone, probably Googling Sandra's name. "This doesn't make sense. The house alone is worth millions. The art collection, the investments, where is all of that?" "Perhaps," Mr. Patterson suggested, "you should contact Ms. Mills." "I'm calling our family lawyer," Derek announced. "This is ridiculous. We'll contest it." My phone buzzed again. Sandra. "Time for phase 2. Meet me at my office now." I started my car just as Camilla stormed out of the building, mascara running down her cheeks. She was so focused on her phone, she didn't even notice me driving past. Sandra's office was across town, in a modest building, nothing like the gleaming tower my cousins were leaving. She greeted me with a warm smile and ushered me into her office. "Right on schedule," she said, checking her watch. "They should be calling any—" Her phone rang. She put it on speaker. "Sandra Mills speaking. This is Derek. What kind of game are you playing? Where's our aunt's real will?" "Mr. Hudson, I've been expecting your call. Would you like to schedule a meeting? We demand to know what's going on." Camilla's voice cut in. "We're her children." "Of course," Sandra replied smoothly. "I'm free at 4 p.m. today. Will you all be attending?" "We'll be there with our lawyer," Derek snapped. "Wonderful. Oh, and please be aware, your cousin Callie will be joining us." The line went silent for a moment before Quinn spoke. "Callie, what does she have to do with this?" "Everything will be explained at 4 p.m. See you then." She hung up, turning to me with a twinkle in her eye. "Your aunt was right about them. Now, let's prepare. They'll try to paint you as a manipulator who took advantage of a confused old woman." "But we have the video," I reminded her, "and the letters, and the shelter's documentation, and 5 years of witnesses who saw her volunteer work." Sandra pulled out a thick folder. "Your aunt spent months preparing for this. She wanted to teach them a lesson, yes, but she also wanted to protect you." "I don't care about the money," I said quietly. "I just want to protect her legacy." "The money is part of her legacy," Sandra corrected me. "And she trusted you to use it wisely." My phone chimed with a group text from my cousins. Derek. "Whatever you did to manipulate Aunt Lillian will expose you." Camilla. "Hope you're happy with yourself. This isn't over." Quinn. "How could you do this to us?" Sandra read the messages over my shoulder and smiled. "They still think this is about them. Shall we show them what it's really about?" I thought of Aunt Lillian's video, her letters, her quiet work at the shelter. "Yes," I said. "It's time they met the real Aunt Lillian." We spent the next hour reviewing documents and preparing for the storm that was coming. At 3:55, Sandra's receptionist buzzed. "They're here, all 3, plus their lawyer." I took a deep breath, touching the locket Aunt Lillian had given me last Christmas. Inside was a tiny note that read, "Sometimes the greatest gift is showing people who they really are." "Ready?" Sandra asked, standing. I nodded, straightening my spine. "Let's finish what Aunt Lillian started." The conference room crackled with tension as my cousins filed in, their lawyer trailing behind them. Camilla's eyes narrowed when she saw me, while Derek made a show of adjusting his expensive cufflinks. Quinn wouldn't look at me at all. "Let's get straight to the point. their lawyer started, but Sandra held up her hand. Before we begin, we have something you need to see. She set up a laptop on the conference table. This video was recorded by Lillian 2 months ago. Objection, their lawyer interrupted. We have no way to verify. The video is time-stamped and notarized, Sandra replied calmly, hitting play. Aunt Lillian's face appeared on screen, and Quinn gasped. She looked healthier here than in her final days, but the determination in her eyes was unmistakable. My dear children, she began, if you're watching this, you've already discovered that my will isn't what you expected. You're probably angry, confused, maybe even planning to contest it. Derek shifted uncomfortably in his chair. For years, I've watched you chase status and wealth, treating kindness as weakness and compassion as foolishness. You mocked your cousin Callie for working at a shelter, never knowing I worked alongside her every Tuesday. That's ridiculous, Camilla scoffed. Mom would never— Check my calendar, Aunt Lillian continued, as if anticipating the interruption. Every Tuesday for 5 years. Ask the women at the shelter. While you were at country club luncheons, I was serving soup and counseling abuse survivors. Quinn's face had gone pale. The gardening clothes, she whispered. You said she was going through a strange phase? I've left everything to Callie, Aunt Lillian announced, because she alone understood what real wealth is. The shelter, the house, the investments, all of it. Not out of spite, but because I trust her to use it wisely. This is preposterous, their lawyer sputtered. Clearly she was being manipulated. Sandra pulled out a thick folder. I have 5 years of documented volunteer hours, witness statements, and medical evaluations proving Lillian was of sound mind when she made these decisions. She was our mother. Derek slammed his hand on the table. Everything was supposed to go to us. Play the rest, I said quietly. It was the first time I'd spoken. Aunt Lillian's voice filled the room again. But I'm offering you one chance. Callie has instructions to set up a charitable foundation. If you choose to participate, to truly understand the work we do, you can each have a role. The choice is yours. Continue fighting over money or help build something meaningful. The video ended. Silence filled the room. This is your doing. Camilla pointed at me, mascara smearing again. You turned her against us. Did I? I pulled out my phone, scrolling through photos. Here's Aunt Lillian last Christmas, serving dinner at the shelter. Here she is helping a woman move into her first apartment after leaving her abuser. Here she is teaching a financial literacy class to survivors. Quinn grabbed the phone, swiping through pictures with trembling hands. Why didn't she tell us? Would you have listened? I asked gently. Or would you have done exactly what you're doing now? Assume someone manipulated her? The will is ironclad, Sandra added. You can contest it, but you'll lose. And you'll spend years in court while the foundation's work continues without you. Derek stood up abruptly. This is absurd. Come on, we're leaving. But Quinn stayed seated, still staring at my phone. Wait, she said. I want to see the shelter. Quinn, Camilla hissed. Don't fall for this. Fall for what? Quinn's voice cracked. Mom spent 5 years living a whole life we knew nothing about. Don't you want to know why? The foundation meeting is tomorrow at 10 a.m., Sandra said. At the shelter. Anyone who wants to understand Lillian's legacy is welcome to attend. Derek grabbed his suit jacket. This isn't over. Come on, Quinn. But Quinn handed me back my phone, her eyes meeting mine for the first time. I'll be there tomorrow. You're choosing her over us? Camilla's voice rose to a shriek. No, Quinn stood up. I'm choosing to find out who Mom really was. After they left, Sandra turned to me. That went exactly as your aunt predicted. She said Quinn would be the first to understand. I nodded, thinking of the last photo on my phone. Aunt Lillian and me, covered in flour from baking cookies, laughing at the shelter's kitchen. The real her, the one they never knew. The foundation meeting tomorrow, I said. Do you think any of them will actually come? Sandra gathered her papers. Your aunt said to have the cookies ready, just in case. She was usually right about these things. I touched the locket again, smiling. Then I better get baking. I have a recipe after all. At 9:55 the next morning, I arranged Aunt Lillian's cookies on a plate in the shelter's meeting room. Chelsea helped me set up chairs while shooting nervous glances at the door. "Are you sure about this?" she asked. "After yesterday, they might show up with an army of lawyers." "Then we'll offer the lawyers cookies too," I said, adjusting the photo display we'd created. Dozens of pictures of Aunt Lillian at the shelter, helping women rebuild their lives. At exactly 10 a.m., Quinn walked in alone. She'd traded her usual designer outfit for jeans and a simple sweater. Her eyes were red like she'd been crying. "I brought coffee," she said awkwardly, holding up a carrier. I remembered, in the photos, Mom always had a coffee cup in her hand. "French vanilla with extra cream." Chelsea smiled. That was her favorite. "I didn't know that," Quinn whispered, setting down the coffee. "I didn't know anything." Before I could respond, the door opened again. Camilla stood there, looking uncomfortable in 4-inch heels. "This doesn't mean I accept any of this," she announced. "I'm just here to protect our interests." "Have a cookie," I offered, holding out the plate. "Aunt Lillian's recipe." Camilla started to refuse, then froze. "Wait, these are her Christmas cookies. The ones she stopped making years ago because she said she was too busy." "She made them here every week," Chelsea said. "Said the women needed something that tasted like home." Camilla sank into a chair, taking a cookie with trembling hands. Quinn sat beside her, passing her a coffee. "Derek's not coming," Quinn said quietly. "He's meeting with lawyers about contesting the will." "Let me show you something," I said, pulling out Aunt Lillian's volunteer log. "Every Tuesday for 5 years. She never missed a day, even when she was sick." "Sick?" Camilla's head snapped up. "What do you mean, sick?" The door opened again, and Maria walked in with several other shelter residents. "Is it true?" Maria asked. "About Miss Lillian leaving everything to the shelter?" "Not exactly," I explained. "She left everything to a foundation that will support the shelter and expand its services." "She helped me get my GED," one woman spoke up, "tutored me every week for months." "She taught me how to budget," another added, "helped me open my first bank account." Quinn was crying openly now. "Why didn't she tell us?" "Because you wouldn't have understood," a familiar voice said from the doorway. We all turned to see Margaret from the funeral, the country club worker. I helped her keep her secret. She changed clothes in my office before coming here. "But why?" Camilla demanded. "We're her children. She could have told us. Remember when I started volunteering here?" I asked gently. "You all mocked me, called it a waste of time, said I was embarrassing the family." "We were wrong," Quinn whispered. Camilla stood up abruptly. "This is ridiculous. She was our mother. Everything she had should have gone to us, not some charity case." "Is that what you think this is?" Chelsea asked, her voice sharp. "Come with me." She led us to the shelter's kitchen, where a plaque hung on the wall. It read, "The Lillian Hudson Teaching Kitchen, where women learn to feed their souls." "Your mother funded this kitchen last year," Chelsea explained. "Said every woman deserves a place to create something beautiful." "She spent her money on this?" Camilla gestured around. "Instead of us?" "No," I corrected her. "She invested in changing lives, including yours if you'll let her." "The foundation meeting," Quinn said suddenly. "What exactly does it involve?" I pulled out Aunt Lillian's final plan. Blueprints for expanding the shelter, adding a daycare center, creating job training programs. She wanted it to be a family legacy, I explained, but a different kind than you're used to. "I want in," Quinn said firmly. "I want to understand who she really was." Camilla stared at the cookie in her hand, then at the women gathered around us. Women whose lives Aunt Lillian had touched. "She really came here every week?" she asked softly. Maria nodded. Rain or shine, said it was the best part of her week. Camilla's phone buzzed, probably Derek with updates from the lawyers. She silenced it without looking. "Show me everything," she said finally. Show me what she did here. I caught Chelsea's eye and smiled. Aunt Lillian had predicted this too, in her final letter. They'll fight it at first, but give them time. Show them what real wealth looks like. The cookies will help. Some lessons are best taught with a little sweetness. I picked up the shelter's volunteer log and opened it to a fresh page. Who wants to sign up for Tuesday shifts? Quinn reached for the pen first. The courthouse steps felt colder than usual as I waited for Sandra to arrive. 2 weeks had passed since the shelter meeting, and Derek had made good on his threat to contest the will. Today was our first hearing. Quinn appeared beside me, clutching 2 coffee cups. Thought you might need this. Thanks, I said, surprised. Are you sure you want to be seen with the enemy? Stop, she sighed. I've been doing shifts at the shelter. I get it now. Mom wasn't crazy or manipulated. She was amazing. Camilla's Mercedes pulled up and she stepped out wearing a simple black suit instead of her usual flashy attire. Derek's already inside with the lawyers. He's not happy I'm testifying for your side. Before I could respond, Sandra arrived with her team, carrying boxes of evidence. Ready? The courtroom was packed. Shelter residents filled the back rows, while Derek sat at the front with 3 expensive lawyers. His face darkened when he saw Camilla and Quinn sit on my side. All rise, the bailiff called as Judge Martinez entered. Derek's lead lawyer started with exactly the argument we'd expected. Your Honor, we contend that Lillian Hudson was unduly influenced in her final years, led astray from her family obligations by manipulation and— Objection, Sandra interrupted. Counsel is making unfounded accusations. We have extensive documentation of Mrs. Hudson's sound mental state and deliberate choices. Proceed with evidence, Judge Martinez ordered. Sandra played the video testimony. Then came the parade of witnesses. Shelter residents, volunteers, even Lillian's doctors confirming her mental clarity. But the real shock came when Quinn took the stand. Miss Hudson, Derek's lawyer approached. Isn't it true your mother showed signs of mental decline? No. Quinn's voice was firm. She showed signs of being herself, her real self, for the first time in years. I just didn't want to see it. But surely you agree this radical change in behavior? You mean helping others instead of buying designer handbags? Quinn interrupted. I've spent 2 weeks working at the shelter. I've seen the lives she changed. The only thing radical was how blind we were. Derek stood up, face red. She's been brainwashed too. Mr. Hudson, the judge warned, control yourself. Next came Camilla's testimony. She pulled out her phone, hands shaking slightly. I'd like to play something, she said. A voicemail from Mom I saved from last year. I didn't understand it then. The court fell silent as Aunt Lillian's voice filled the room. Camilla, darling, I wish you could see what I see at the shelter today. A woman just got her first job after leaving an abusive marriage. She's starting over with nothing, but she has everything. Reminds me of what real strength looks like. I hope someday you'll understand. Love you. I deleted all her other messages about the shelter. Camilla's voice cracked. I thought she was going through a phase. I was wrong. Derek's lawyers huddled together, whispering urgently. But their star witness was yet to come. A private investigator they'd hired to dig into my past. Miss Hudson, he addressed me on the stand. Isn't it true you orchestrated this entire situation? Befriended your aunt when she was vulnerable? I opened my handbag and pulled out a stack of papers. These are donation records from the shelter. Every Tuesday for 5 years, Aunt Lillian came on her own. She found us. She chose this path. I never asked her for anything. But surely— I have security footage, I continued. 5 years of her arriving every week, helping women rebuild their lives. Would you like to see it? The investigator faltered. Derek's face had gone from red to pale. Then Maria stood up in the back of the courtroom. Your Honor, may I speak? The judge nodded. Miss Lillian saved my life. Maria's voice shook. Not with money, but with time, with cookies, with believing in me. She wasn't manipulated. She was the strongest person I knew. One by one, women stood up in the courtroom, each with a story about Aunt Lillian's impact on their lives. Judge Martinez raised her hand for silence. I've seen enough. This will is not only valid, but represents a clear and conscious choice by Lillian Hudson to create a meaningful legacy. Case dismissed. Derek stormed out, his lawyers trailing behind. Quinn and Camilla hugged me, both crying. He'll come around, Quinn whispered. Eventually. Outside, the shelter residents were celebrating. Chelsea appeared with a familiar-looking cookie tin. Found this in Lillian's old office, she said. It's marked for the day they finally understand. Inside were cookies, still fresh, with a note. Share these when the fighting stops. Real family is built on love, not lawyers. L. We passed them around, standing in the sunshine, watching as Derek's car sped away. Sometimes I realized winning isn't about defeating someone. It's about showing them a better way to be. The autumn breeze carried the scent of fresh paint as I unlocked the shelter's new front doors. The expanded building gleamed in the morning light, 3 times larger than before, with the daycare center Aunt Lillian had dreamed of. Still can't believe how fast construction finished, Quinn said, falling into step beside me. She'd traded her designer wardrobe permanently for practical clothes, perfect for chasing after the shelter's children. The contractor said he'd never seen permits processed so quickly, I replied. Almost like someone pulled some strings at City Hall. Quinn smiled mysteriously. Camilla might have mentioned something about that. Turns out her country club connections are good for more than just charity galas. Inside, the new teaching kitchen buzzed with activity. Camilla stood at the center island, her sleeves rolled up, teaching a cooking class to 5 residents. Remember what Aunt Lillian always said. She demonstrated proper knife technique. Cooking is therapy for the soul. Speaking of therapy, Quinn nodded toward the new counseling wing. Did you see the waiting list for Sandra's legal aid clinic? Full through December, I confirmed. Turns out combining legal services with emotional support was exactly what many women needed. The front desk phone rang. Maria, now our full-time office manager, answered it. Lillian Hudson Women's Center, she said proudly. Then her expression changed. Oh, yes, he's welcome to come tour the facility. She covered the receiver. It's Derek. He wants to see the center. Quinn and I exchanged glances. We hadn't heard from our brother since the court case 3 months ago. Tell him to come now, I decided. We're all here. 20 minutes later, Derek walked through the doors, looking uncomfortable in casual clothes instead of his usual suit. This is different than I expected, he said, taking in the bright, welcoming space. Come see everything. Quinn linked her arm through his, starting with Mom's favorite spot. We showed him the teaching kitchen, where Camilla's class was pulling fresh cookies from the oven. The daycare center, where children of shelter residents played safely while their mothers attended job training. The counseling rooms, the computer lab, the rooftop garden. And this, I saved for last, is what Aunt Lillian left for you. I opened her old office, now a financial literacy classroom. On the wall hung a photo of young Derek sitting on Aunt Lillian's lap, both laughing as he tried to balance her checkbook. She said you were the first person who made her think about money differently, I explained. That's why she wanted you to run the Foundation's financial education program. But I fought the will, he said quietly. Tried to destroy everything she built. And now you have a chance to build something new. Camilla appeared in the doorway, offering him a cookie. That's what Mom was all about, right? Second chances? Derek took the cookie, staring at the photo. I was so angry about the money, about being left out. I never stopped to ask why. So ask now, Quinn suggested. We're all still learning who Mom really was. A commotion from the front desk interrupted us. A new arrival, a young mother with 2 small children, looking terrified and hopeful. I'll handle intake, Maria started to say, but Derek stepped forward. Let me, he said. I'd like to learn how to help. We watched as he introduced himself, gently offered the children cookies, showed them to the daycare center while Maria helped their mother with paperwork. He's a natural, Quinn whispered. just like Mom was. Later, as the sun set through the new stained glass windows Aunt Lillian had designed, we gathered in the kitchen. Derek rolled up his sleeves and reached for the recipe card box. "Think you can teach me how to make her cookies?" he asked. "Better." Camilla pulled out a familiar tin. "Found this in her desk. Label says, 'For when the family's complete again.'" Inside were perfect cookies and a note. "Some ingredients take time to blend properly. Love is patient that way. L." We shared the cookies, sitting together in the kitchen where it all began. Through the open door, we could hear women laughing in the computer lab, children playing in the daycare, lives being rebuilt piece by piece. "She knew, didn't she?" Derek said softly. "That it would end like this?" "Not end," I corrected him. "Begin. She always said real wealth grows when you share it." Quinn raised her cookie in a toast. "To Aunt Lillian's real legacy." "To family," Camilla added. "To second chances," Derek said. I looked around at my transformed family and our transformed shelter and smiled. "To all of it," I said. "Every single crumb."